Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting of February 9th, 2022. We have our board members, members of the public, and the Open Space Department staff. This evening is a unique evening. We have only one period for public comment, and that is the public comment period noted for 6:10. There are no public hearing items this evening, so I encourage everybody who has joined us, if they have something they'd like to communicate, you can raise your hands or begin to communicate with us about your desire to participate in public comment. We will kick our meeting off straight away by calling the roll of board members. Do we have Karen Holwig?
Here.
Do we have Dave Kuntz?
Here.
Caroline Miller?
Here.
And Michelle Estrella?
Present.
Wonderful. I see all the important members of the staff for this evening, so we are prepared to begin. As far as getting movement on the business items, we always start with the approval of the prior meeting's minutes. So if people could please take themselves to page 3 of the PDF packet.
Hal, sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind if I read through the meeting agreements quick?
Oh, yes, that's right. Why don't we do our, let's do the rules of the meeting.
Thank you. And thanks in advance for bearing with me as I attempt to fill in for Allison tonight. So thanks everyone for joining us. To strike a balance between meaningful, transparent engagement and online security, the following rules will be applied for this meeting. This meeting has been called to conduct the business of the City of Boulder. Activities that disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with the meeting are prohibited. The time for speaking or asking questions may be limited. No person shall speak except when recognized by the person presiding, and no person shall speak for longer than the time allotted. Each person shall register to speak at the meeting using that person's real name. Any person believed to be using a pseudonym will not be permitted to speak at the meeting. If someone comes into the meeting with a telephone number or a name associated with a specific device, such as Tom's iPad, the host may ask for a full name before allowing the individual to speak. No video will be permitted except for city officials, employees, and invited speakers and presenters. All others will participate by voice only. The person presiding at the meeting shall enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates any rule. If the chat function is enabled, it'll be used for individuals to communicate with the host. It should be used for technical or online platform related questions only. If an attendee attempts to use chat for any reason other than seeking assistance from the host, the city reserves the right to disable that individual's access to chat. Only the host and individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screen during this meeting. And anyone wanting to participate in public comment can use the raise hand function to sign up. That's on the bottom right hand of your screen. If you're on the phone, you can press *9. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we can return our attention to page 3 of the board packet. We are reviewing the minutes of our meeting from January 12, 2022. As is our custom, why don't we start with any issues anyone sees on page 1? Karen?
There's one little typo on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line up from the bottom. After the word "and," I think we need to eliminate the word "the." So it says "and which."
Good eye. I agree. Anyone with any issues on that? Great. Anything else on page 1?
Yeah. When we speak about remembering Robert Sharp, I don't know if we want to write Robert Sharp, a longtime advocate of open space, or if someone else has a better sentence, just to kind of memorialize the time and effort that he put into open space.
That's a good point, Caroline. I think using the word neighbor and supporter would be good of open space.
Good.
I would support that as well. Let's add that. That's nice to notice. Thank you, Caroline. Anything else on page 1? Great, we'll move to page 2. Karen,
I just have a minor suggestions for clarifying lines 2 and 3. And I would propose that it be revised to say what activities in the conservation easement are permitted for the landowner.
what activity? That's fine by me. Anyone else with any problem with that? Okay,
And then,
why
and then
don't
the
you just
phrase,
repeat
the
that for
phrase
us?
over the conservation easement needs to be deleted, obviously.
Okay, just
And I don't
repeat.
know if there, do you want me to repeat it? Sorry.
Yeah, just repeat it to make sure we have it right.
What activities in the conservation easement are permitted for the landowner,
Nice clarification.
including activities that may create social trails, blah, blah, blah. And then I have a question at the end. There's a comma as though there was something else that was supposed to be added. Either we need to add the something else or change the comma to a period.
Great. I do, Dave, note that we successfully have the square footage in the next session, so I had an eye out for that.
I appreciate that.
Okay, anything else on page 2?
I don't know, Dan might be able to answer if they want it done this way, but for the farewell for Steve, it says that he's interim deputy director of trails and facilities, but it was kind of the same thing. I didn't know if he wanted to include, you know, how many years he spent or that he was retiring. I don't know, just so it's more clear of why the farewell, but you know, if you think it's fine like that, then it's okay.
Yeah, so yeah, we could certainly add, I think, Leah, I think the proper title would just be deputy director. And then we could just say who is retiring from Osmp after 30 years of service.
That sounds great. Thank you, Caroline. Anything else on page 2? Seeing no further items, I'll ask, does anyone want to lift a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
I will.
I have a motion from Michelle. Do we have a second?
Second.
Caroline seconds. And we will call the roll. Karen, are you pleased to vote to approve?
Yes.
And Dave?
Yes,
Caroline?
Yes.
And Michelle, yeah, Michelle, obviously you are too, and I approve, so that is unanimous. Wonderful. With that, I guess I'd like to hand it back over to you, Leah, to talk about the public comment period. How many people do we have signed up? Are we looking at 2 or 3 minutes this evening?
Thanks, Hal. It looks like 3 minutes. We have 2 people who have their hand raised. Alan, who had signed up ahead of time and has his hand raised, and then Lynn Siegel. Anyone else is welcome to raise their hand if they'd like to speak tonight, but right now 2 people and they'd each have 3 minutes.
Great. Just a quick note from me, Alan, you are first in line to present. I just want you to know we've successfully received your materials, and I also did raise it with staff. I'm increasingly thinking that we want to allow well-prepared presentations in this virtual setting, as we always did in our traditional meetings. And I just want to let you know that I communicated that. And so we honor the time and effort you put together in the presentation, and we are viewing it here while you are speaking. So thank you.
Thanks, Hal. And Alan, you should be able to unmute yourself now, and I will start the timer.
Okay, notice I've also turned my video on. Okay, slide 2, fire protection. You can look at this from 2 different directions, reactive and proactive. And we have an excellent structure fire protection plan. And I don't know, I hope most of you have been looking at a little bit recently, particularly after the Marshall fire. And you can see that we've got something that was generated, I think, pretty well in 2012, but we had the Sunshine fire since then, and we've had the Marshall fire, so I think it needs major update. The real thing that's the crux of my concern at the moment is proactive actions to take before we have a serious fire. And missing from the existing plan is early detection for fire and a rapid response to each location. Also included but not implemented is removing combustible vegetation. And that is, to me, something which really needs serious attention. Okay, slide 3. I'd like to see this to be elevated to a very serious public discussion. And I think OSMP is the people that should lead it. And we should collect all the good ideas from the staff of OMSP and any members of the public that have got bright ideas to add to help protect us for the future. So the next few slides is my list, and I don't intend to go through them. You can digest them at your level. And after slide 6, you'll see that we've got space for more. I've actually had contacts with Dan and John Porter today via email. I've sent my spreadsheet over to them, and John Porter was suggesting that we get together. I think I've got quite a bit to add. I've got a little experience with UAV use. I've got experience with satellite data and drones. So I think that we really need to find the right solution. I gave you a good suggestion after the Sunshine fire that was totally ignored for putting IR cameras at key locations for early detection of fires on open space. And that's still an item which I think is worthwhile incorporating. So that's it for today. I just hope that Dan is able to come up with a really good action plan for the future.
Thank you very much, Alan. Can I ask you, you have just while you're with us briefly, will you describe how you originally took an interest in these fire issues? I'd like to know the story because you've been involved for some time now.
Well, I've, I think the Tiger Mountain fire was the first one that I got a little bit involved with because nobody knew what happened. And I had a friend whose house it missed, but it got us a little concerned. Now, I really got involved really back as a volunteer firefighter. We had a small fire between Chautauqua and the first Flatiron. And I ended up showing up with a rake and a shovel, and I spent until the early hours of the morning putting out embers, searching for the embers and putting them out. So that was my very first, and that was in the late 60s, early 70s. But the thing that really terrified me was the Sunshine Canyon fire, because if we'd had a wind that day, Noah would have gone. Would have been no question about that. And it would then have started penetrating into Boulder itself. So I feel that we've got a fear of fire that's just been emphasized too many times. The people of Nederland, for instance, I've got a real hatred for anybody camping on Forest Service land after the scare that they got a couple of years ago. So fire is really bad, and our open space is really our Achilles heel, because there's so much burnable material in it that once it goes, if there's any wind, we'll never be able to stop it. And
thank you very much, Alan. I think that certainly in the last fire was seen. Dan, I would ask during the matters from the department on the update of the Marshall Fire, can you just take us on a little overview of what the ongoing planning projects within the department are in this area?
Sure, be happy to.
Thank you so much. Alan, thank you for your comments this evening. Greatly appreciated. Next up, we have Lynn Siegel.
And Lynn, give me just 1 second and I'll have you ready to go. Okay, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can.
My interest, Hal, is leukemia. My mom died at 38 years old from a fire at Rocky Flats in 1957. She died at 38 years old in 1969, the day of the second biggest fire at Rocky Flats, the Mother's Day fire. So that's my background and interest, is averting people from having to go through a family member losing their life. Now, Andy Keim is and I'm going to bring up the Marshall Mesa open space, which is Boulder land, and its relationship to Rocky Flats. Andy Keim is the site manager for Rocky Flats with the DOE, and he claims that the weapon plant was raised and cleaned up more than a decade ago, and this shows little need for concern. He says that wildfire poses no real potential threat to these buried materials because the soil acts as a physical barrier, separating material from the ground surface where the fire is, thus limiting heat transfer. He appears not to understand that growing plants uptake subsurface heavy metals, plutonium, and other radionuclides. He probably also does not understand that burrowing animals unearth these, or that wildlife that has taken up, that has uptaken these plants, deposits wastes off-site. The mowing products of a tiny buffer of 40 feet margin needs to go to a waste depository. This is to protect some particular land by Candelas housing development. Changing from mowing once to twice a year just brings more plutonium to the surface over time, since cutting prairie stimulates new growth. Admitting that this biannual mow change is necessary, been done once a year, proves the point that fire on Rocky Flats is a potential catastrophe. What's more, the 40 feet buffer mow to protect Candelas becomes inches considering the high wind environment of Rocky Flats. A subsurface coal seam burnt down 29 houses in Glenwood Springs in 2002. The fire came into town like a freight train. It jumped the Colorado River and I-70 in a matter of minutes. There may have been more fuel and trees and updrafts from the topography in the mountains, but wind makes up for it on the plains. The 1870s Marshall Mine coal seam last rose to the surface in 2005, and still the Marshall fire was allowed to reignite in 2021. Low temperature Prairie grass fires keep going until they hit big fuel structures and residential developments like the one that arose from the underground coal seam at Marshall. It's sucked from underground by a low pressure system on the 30th of December, ran the prairie to the southeast until it hit the literal target store and bigger fuel in Superior Louisville. If a fire like this continued at Rocky Flats, it would be spreading plutonium off-site to augment PFAS as it spread to massive urban population centers with no rural distancing relief like at the more suburban Marshall side.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Is that, are you at the end there? It's appreciated.
Yeah, I've just got a little bit more.
I'll give you 20 more seconds, okay?
Is Andy trying to contest the coal seam origin of the Marshall fire with his statement, the soil acts as a physical barrier, separating material from the ground surface where the fire is, plus limiting heat transfer? 275 tons of gravel were placed over 3 vent holes at Marshall and did not stop the Marshall fire. Does Andy have the vision necessary to comprehend 2 risk factors coming together, that of the low pressure system and the high winds happening simultaneously at the coal seam vents? Does he understand the futility of remediating underground coal fires? They're prohibitively expensive. What's
Thank
more, the soil is an aggregator opportunity and serves as a vector to disperse inspirable contaminants far and fast in 115-mile-an-hour winds common at Rocky Flats.
Thank you very much, Lynn. These are interesting thoughts I haven't heard much about. If you'd send any remaining material you have to the board, it would be appreciated. But we do need to move on. We are on a 3-minute evening. Thank you very much for your input there. Okay, that does close the public comment period if there's no other individuals from the public looking to speak. In that case, I will hand the meeting over to you, Dan, for the matters from the department.
Great, thank you, Hal. Good evening, trustees, staff, members of the public. I hope everyone is healthy and safe tonight. We've got 3 items on matters from the department, and then including a few quick verbal updates. And matters number 1, we are going to hear from Lynn Siegel, who is OSMP's plant ecologist, and she resides within our ecological stewardship work group, and that is within our resource and stewardship service area. And Lynn is, for most of you who probably know, Lynn has been with the department for many years, is very experienced, and she wants to update you all on the state natural area programs and its interface with OSMP, where we have 2 state natural areas on our system in which we are working with the state to amend, to expand. And we have 1 others that we're applying for a new designation. So Lynn will be walking us through that. We do think, in looking at the presentation, that if we can give Lynn the chance to go through the whole presentation and to hold your questions until afterwards, that would be greatly appreciated. So you might just want to have pencil or paper in hand and just jot down a note if or a question that comes your way within our presentation. So with that, I will turn things over to Lynn. And Lynn, you are muted.
Thank you, Dan. I'm going to work here on sharing my screen.
All right.
Welcome, Lynn.
You also, just so you know, your camera's off as well. And if that's intentional, that's fine, but just thought I want you to know that.
Thank you. There we go. Well, thanks, Dan, and thanks to the board. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to provide this update to you tonight. And I know some of the board members, but I haven't had a chance to meet others. And I hope to before long. But we thought you would appreciate knowing a little bit more about my role as plant ecologist at OSMP. The focus of my work is in native grassland community conservation through implementing the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan. And this involves collaborative work with many of our programs, our agricultural team, wildlife, ecological restoration, wetlands and riparian, vegetation management, trails, science and research, education, planning, and more. And I'm involved with rare plant species inventory and monitoring, and vegetation mapping and monitoring. I serve as a staff sponsor for outside researchers as part of the Open Space and Mountain Parks Research Program. And I manage the Open Space and Mountain Parks Native Seed Program, which is within our restoration program. And that program is led by Megan Bowes, our restoration ecologist. So there's a lot of variety in my work, and I really appreciate that. I also serve as the staff liaison with the Colorado Natural Areas Program, and that actually brings us to this update. And as a side note, I did want to let you know that I am currently a member of the Colorado Natural Areas Council as a governor appointee. So the update will cover background on the Colorado Natural Areas Program, which I will often refer to as CNAP, and the amendments and updates proposed for the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie and White Rocks Natural Areas, as Dan referred to, and the Jewel Mountain Natural Area registration. So CNAP was established in 1977 by state statute and is within the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Division. Raquel Wurzbach is the program coordinator. And there are 95 natural areas that have been designated across the state since 1977. These are voluntary agreements between landowners and the state. The landowner retains all management responsibility and jurisdiction. And 4 natural areas are on Osmp land of that 95. Ricky Weiser designated White Rocks as a private landowner, and that was one of the first designations in the entire state. The designation of Colorado Tallgrass Prairie, South Boulder Creek, and Boulder Mountain Park followed over the next 30 years. And there are a number of benefits to natural area status, and few of them being recognition of natural value in the statewide context, and awareness of conservation value for decision makers and public land visitors. Natural areas often serve as research sites for low impact research projects. Historically, CNAP staff gave ecological consultation and management assistance back when there were very few City of Boulder open space employees. We were grateful for that. And through the years, the CNAP staff had made periodic visits to each natural area about every 3 years to discuss management issues and strategies, and we've benefited from that partnership. And currently, City of Boulder and CNAP staff are working on these amendments and updates to the natural areas designated in the early years in the 1970s and 80s. So this map provides an overview of the 4 natural areas and also the Jewel Mountain proposed natural area. Just to orient you a little, Broadway, which becomes 93 to the south, is central. US 36 is a central diagonal. The Boulder-Jefferson County line boundary runs east-west in the bottom third of the map. And all these maps will be north is up, is at the top. And South Boulder Creek natural area is pink. Colorado Tallgrass Prairie is blue. White Rocks is green in the northeast corner. And the proposed additions are hatched. Jewel Mountains in purple down below. But as far as the amendments and updates, the 4 natural areas are in the yellow, blue, pink, and green. The amendments and updates proposed include boundary changes and amended articles of designation for Colorado Tallgrass Prairie and White Rocks. And expanded boundaries will include high quality habitat that's been purchased since the 1970s and 80s. And the boundaries will align with property boundaries, making legal descriptions straightforward, which wasn't always true in the past. And areas that can serve as good buffers from the urban edge are also included. In this close-up map of the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie, the original Tallgrass Prairie parcels are identified by, oh, excuse me, I'm in the wrong place. I'll orient you again. US 36 runs diagonally across the upper right, and Broadway, or 93, is west and central in the map. And the original parcels are in solid blue, and the proposed expansions are hatched. You can see that the original parcels are fairly scattered, and some are pretty small. And the expanded boundaries would result in this natural area being adjacent and contiguous with Boulder Mountain Park, to the west and South Boulder Creek Natural Area in places in the east. And South Boulder Creek is pink there. The original Tallgrass Prairie parcels were identified by a CNAP inventory as the largest and best quality tallgrass remnants in the whole state. These tallgrass communities are rare and imperiled at state and global level. The northern leopard frog, bird's foot violet, Eulates tressus orchid, and other rare or uncommon plant and wildlife species occur in this natural area. The first management plan was developed by City of Boulder and CNAP with guidance from the Colorado Tallgrass Management Committee, a committee that formed in the 80s that was a group of scientists and interested members of the public. And then I'll mention here, I'll put Dave Kuntz on the spot. I'll mention here that Dave Kuntz was the CNAP director in the 1980s and was instrumental in the development of management plans and helping City of Boulder carry out management strategies in the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie natural area. So kudos to Dave. He can fill in more information. Boulder's tallgrass communities also provide ground nesting bird habitat for a number of bird species, losing habitat across the Great Plains. And as you might know, our part of the Northern Front Range is a hotspot for butterfly diversity. Several skippers are part of that diversity, and big and little bluestem, which are major grass species in tallgrass prairie, are the obligate host plants for these rare skippers. And now we're back to the overview map, which will we'll focus on the White Rocks Natural Area, which is in the upper right corner. Here in the close-up map, the solid blue original parcel is just over 100 acres. The proposed expansion would encompass over 1,400 acres. The natural area would extend from 75th Street on the west to 95th on the east. 95th Street on the east. And the RTD railway corridor is the southern boundary, and Gun Barrel Hill areas are at the northern edge. You can see the White Rocks Trail there, and it's in the white dashed, it's the white dashed north-south line in the eastern part of the map. As I mentioned before, Ricky Weiser designated White Rocks in 1979 and was a strong proponent of the then new Natural Areas program. The designation highlighted the spectacular Fox Hill Cliffs on her property, the riparian corridor, and floodplain meadows. The cliff face and creek and cliff top are pictured here along with the prairie gentian, an uncommon and showy wet meadow species, which is at the western edge of its range in our area. And the black spleenwort fern, one of the most rare species on White Rocks, is in the lower left. It's very rare in North America, and White Rocks is one of the few locations on the continent. City of Boulder purchased the Weiser property in 2011 and the neighboring Ertl property in 2015. And this preserves a large contiguous stretch of the Boulder Creek corridor and floodplain and encompasses the entire White Rocks Cliff Formation. White Rocks, it's truly a biological diversity hotspot, and it's very scenic. The area included in the proposed boundary expansion is bald eagle nesting habitat, providing distance from the urban edge. The six-line racer pictured here is uncommon in Boulder County and finds good habitat in the cliffs at White Rocks. And nearly 60 lichen species were documented in a fairly recent inventory by Dr. Aaron Tripp of CU Boulder. And 2 of those species are new to science that occur on White Rocks. And then there's another view of the black spleenwort fern growing in the cliff cracks. So for next steps, the amended articles of designation for both natural areas are in the process of being drafted by CNEP staff. The drafts will be reviewed by the city attorney's office and OSMP staff. At a future meeting, the OSBT will consider recommending the final draft to city council. Staff will then seek a resolution from city council authorizing the city manager to sign. And CNAP will have a process at the state level, and they'll seek a recommendation from the Colorado Natural Areas Council, the program's governor-appointed advisory committee, to bring the amended and updated articles of designation to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. Moving now to Jewel Mountain, purple in the lower part of the map there, where OSMP and CNAP are proposing that new natural area. In this close-up map, we'll just orient again. The Coal Creek is central and running north-south. Highway 93 is on the right side, running north-south. Highway 72, the Coal Creek Canyon Road, runs east-west toward the bottom of the map. The hatched areas would be included in the natural area and are OSMP properties that occur in Jefferson County. To the north and adjacent are OSMP conservation easements and fee properties not actually depicted here. They're not shaded in. To the east is the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge and a few industrial properties along Highway 93. And to the south and west are Jefferson County open space properties. The jointly owned OSMP and Jefferson County open space Lippincott property is to the west, but unfortunately under the inset map. You can't see it. The Jewel Mountain and Van Fleet Jeffco properties make up the proposed natural area and are part of a very large area of tallgrass prairie on the Rocky Flats Mesa. The properties were purchased in 1999 and include 1,458 acres. Jewel Mountain actually was the name of the land company that owned the Jewel Mountain property prior to City of Boulder's purchase. So there isn't actually a mountain on the site. As we worked on the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie boundary amendments, we considered including Jewel Mountain and Van Fleet Jeffco properties in that in the amended boundaries of the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie. But with guidance from CNAP, we decided to propose a new natural area instead. And this is for at least a couple of reasons. Because the two properties are in Jefferson County, the process for amending the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie, which occurs in Boulder County, would have been pretty complicated at the state level. And the addition of this much more land, quite a bit more land, would have also complicated and potentially slowed the amendment process for the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie boundary amendment. This scene actually is one of my favorite. It's a September view of Van Fleet Jeffco, a high mesa on the Van Fleet Jeffco property, which would be part of the natural area. Tallgrass communities in this area are a distinctive blend of montane and prairie plant species, making these communities among the rarest of the globally rare tallgrass prairie remnants across the Great Plains. And this is a good example also of the biogeographic meeting of the Great Plains and the Southern Rocky Mountains along the Front Range. In addition, the geologic setting on the Rocky Flats Mesa is unique. This area provides good habitat for many species, including rare butterflies associated with big and little bluestem, grassland nesting birds, elk, northern leopard frog, Preble's meadow jumping mouse, and a rare sedge. This grassy slope sedge that is pictured there that normally grows at 10 and 11,000 feet and has a disjunct occurrence down at this elevation. And then I'll mention here, cattle grazing is used to manage these tallgrass communities, as well as most of the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie and the floodplain portions of White Rock's natural area. So the next steps in the Jewel Mountain designation would be, well, OSMP has submitted a request to the Colorado Natural Areas Council to register the natural area, and the council will consider that request at their March quarterly meeting. The designation process will proceed with the development of articles of designation and similar steps to those described earlier for the amendments and updates. And the Jefferson County Commissioners will be notified and have the opportunity to hold a public hearing. For the Jewel Mountain designation and the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie and White Rocks amendments, a notice of designation will be filed with the appropriate county clerk and recorder in each county or in the pertinent county. And that notice will include a legal description of the boundaries. And now we'll have time for questions. And I wanted to point out that this is one of our volunteer native seed collectors collecting big blue stem in the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie natural area.
Lynn, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I think there's going to be a number of questions here. You did mention something about a role that Dave played, and I'm just curious, Dave, to give you the floor for the moment. You know, I'm always impressed. Preservation programs take so many people over so much time. Will you share with us about what you know on the history here?
Sure, and thank you, Lynn. That was really an excellent presentation. You know, and when we first started identifying and designating the tallgrass prairie sites, it was in the early 1980s. And so it's been about 40 years since we initially identified those sites that we now are including all of the representative areas that really should be included in the designation. Initially, there were, as Lynn pointed out, I think 7 disjunct, you know, fairly small parcels that were in the original designation, and we recognized at the time that they weren't sufficient for, you know, ecological preservation, but in the overall scheme of things, we could move ahead and get them designated, and so that's why those smaller parcels were initially designated. But it's very gratifying now to see that the area is expanding to what it really needs to be. And just a quick word on White Rocks. White Rocks actually was the very first state natural area that was designated in private property. It set the precedent for private property owners to consider natural area designation. And Ricky Weiser was a tenacious supporter of the Natural Areas program and the open space program. And she, over the years, as many of you know, was extremely helpful in preserving lands both in Boulder County and statewide. And so Lynn was right. The program started in 1977. And so in 79, White Rocks was first designated. And it was quite an affair. Governor Richard Lamb actually was a strong supporter of the Natural Areas program, who sadly recently passed away. But he and the Department of Natural Resources Executive Director Harris Sherman all attended the White Rocks designation. And so it was kind of a big deal at that time. And over time, the state certainly has supported that program. As Lynn pointed out, there are 95 or so state natural areas all around the state. And Boulder County is one of the counties that actually has the most natural areas designated, and the Open Space and Mountain Parks program the city of Boulder happens to be the agency that oversees and manages those. So it's been quite a journey. There are many state natural area programs. They are more prominent in the East and Midwest than they are in the Rocky Mountain and Far West, but there is a national natural areas conference association that nationally, focuses on land preservation and that sort of thing. So anyway, Boulder has been in the forefront since the inception of the program, and it's really gratifying to see where we're at this point. So thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Your comments lead me to one question I think will be interesting to everybody. You mentioned these designations run across both public and private land. My question to you, Lynn, first is, tell us just a little bit about what that protection means, whether it's legal, whether it impacts private owners' development rights on their property, if it's primarily qualitative. Help us understand what the designation technically does.
Well, it is a legal designation, but it is not, it is qualitative as well. So all responsibility, all rights for management stay with the landowner, whether private or public landowner. And so it really is a voluntary agreement. And at any point, the state could decide that the natural area doesn't qualify anymore and propose to de-designate it, which I think has only happened once or so. But or the landowner can notify the state and say that they no longer want to be part of the program. But it is not, and Dave could, maybe Dave has a few words on this as well, but it doesn't change anything about the full ownership of that land for the landowner.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Lynn. Other questions that people have on this presentation or the designation in general? Dave?
Lynn, I have a suggestion for Jewel Mountain. And when the city is working with the Natural Areas Program on drafting the articles of designation, I think it would be very important to include the cultural values associated with that site. It has been for thousands of years actually used by Native American indigenous people as wintering grounds. And so I think that that the cultural value of that property should be acknowledged as well as the geologic. I mean, the Rocky Flats Mesa, certainly geologically important too. So I think the articles of designation should hopefully include a number of additional things, as well as the the vegetation component. I was always impressed by the Northern Arapaho who did overwinter there with the notorious Rocky Flats winds. Why that site was selected for that, but in any event, that's what they did, and I think it's worth acknowledging that. So thanks.
Thank you, Dave.
Just a comment on that. The group might be interested in knowing that and I'll talk a little bit more about it later on in this meeting, but we have our annual consultation with our American Indian tribal nations that the city has a memorandum of understanding agreement with. And one of the very specific interests of the tribes is the Jewel Mountain property. And so we do intend to inform the tribes of our intentions to move forward with this new designation. And we'll be bringing that forward to them over the next couple of weeks as we correspond regarding the upcoming consultation. So you're right, Dave, that's something we identified early on, is that connection of the importance of the tribal lands, and therefore the need to very much want to inform them of our intention to recognize the site as an ecological treasure in the state's eyes.
Yeah, and I was just going to thank Dave for those comments as well. And we have raised the cultural aspect to the Colorado Natural Areas staff. And it is the focus of the natural areas designations are on plants, animals, as you know, and geologic features, paleontological features, and not cultural. But I think in this case, articles of designation certainly should mention, at least in my opinion, it should mention the cultural importance of this area.
Great, thanks.
Kellen.
Thank you, Lynn, for that presentation. That was really, really informative and interesting. I had two questions for you. I heard you say that you were a governor appointee for the Colorado Natural Areas Council. I just wanted to know a little bit more about what you guys do on the council and how you meet and select and sort, if you had a couple of minutes to talk about that. And then just a quick question on the map. I think I'm misunderstanding, but the hatched areas, all of the different hatched areas are what is proposed upcoming, including the blue, because we talked about at the top of the map and the bottom, but is the blue also?
Yes, so the blue is Colorado tallgrass prairie natural area. And then the purple in the south would be that Jewel Mountain new natural area. And then up in the north, in the sort of upper right-hand corner is the White Rocks natural area. So it's just the Colorado tallgrass prairie and then White Rocks, the older designations that need these revisions, we feel.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that, because I think when I read it before, I didn't think that it included that area. So the dark blue is what is already designated, and then the hatched blue is what is being proposed as well.
That's right, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
And as far as the Colorado Natural Areas Council, yes, this is actually my second term. I served on the council in the 1990s as well. And then I've interacted through my work at City of Boulder Open Space for all these years, and the CNAP staff got a hold of me a few years ago and said, hey, would you apply again? So I did. And of course, I'll have to recuse myself in voting on these amendments and updates, but I don't think that's going to be an issue, just because of trying to avoid any conflict of interest. But the council, yes, has a representative from the State Land Board. A lot of the land, I mean, quite a sizable amount of land within the state natural areas is on state land board, actually, state land board land, and also on BLM land. And I have a pie chart if you wanted me to show you those, the distribution of those owners, land ownership with natural areas. But at any rate, there's a state land board representative, and there's a representative from the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission on the council as well. And then the rest of the members are governor appointees. And over the years, there have been geologists and botanists and ecologists and folks who are just more general public interested in the Natural Areas Program and in helping to advise them. It's actually quite similar to the OSBT. It's an advisory committee, and we the main thing that we vote on to that we actually make a decision on is to recommend designation be confirmed.
And does someone bring you those recommendations, or just somehow the council actually go out themselves and kind of seek out these areas?
Oh, good point. Yes, I see what you're saying. Usually it can work both ways. The staff, the CNAP staff are, really cover the state in visiting natural areas, and they have their eye out for natural areas that might be good to add to the system all the time. Sometimes landowners will come to the Natural Areas Program and ask whether their significant natural features could be added as a natural area. So it can work both ways, landowner request or the Natural Areas Program actually identifying a natural area, with a knowledgeable ecologist on staff. And did I answer your question there? So the council, so we sent a letter, to the Natural Areas Council requesting this registration of the Jewel Mountain Natural Area. And that's a step in the designation. I didn't really outline that, but yeah, first it's identified as appropriate, probably as a natural area. And then the landowner requests of the council, the Natural Areas Council, that the land be registered. And then we proceed to work through developing the articles of designation and fully designating that natural area.
Thank
Great.
you so much. Yeah.
I have one quick, more practical question. There's clearly a lot of wheels turning on this, and you mentioned there could be business for this board in the future. I'm curious what the timeline on that might look like, and helping us understand where in this process we are.
Great. And if I could go back to some of my slides if you would like. But so at this point, for the amendments and updates of the White Rocks and Colorado Tallgrass Prairie, we are waiting for the CNAP staff to finish draft articles of designation. And Janet Michaels, who has gotten up to speed on this whole topic and has really actually been enjoying this topic. I think it's a refreshing one for her. But at any rate, she's poised to help us review those draft articles of designation. And
if you were to hazard a wild guess, are we talking about months, years?
Well, I wish I could tell you. I've actually been working on this for a really long time, and you know, just the right pieces haven't fallen together, but we're really close at this point. It's much closer than we have been. Things are really rolling, and I'm hoping we do depend on the capacity, our staff's time and city attorney's office time, but also the CNAP staff's capacity to, and they're a very small program, which I should have mentioned, not very many staff, but, and so what we're all hoping is that we'll get those draft amendments soon, and we'll be reviewing them in the spring, and we may be able to bring you those to recommend to go on to council by the summer, I'm hoping. That would be my hope.
Fantastic, Lynn. Well, that's certainly, if it takes longer, we'll understand, but I'm sure everyone's enthusiastic about this work.
Thank you. Yeah, and that Colorado Natural Areas Council has visited White Rocks, and they more recently visited the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie Natural Area and Jewel Mountain. So the council is up to speed firsthand, have been on the ground in the last number of years to these natural areas.
Great. Any last questions for Lynn? Karen?
I have a tiny little question. In the Shanahan Ranch area, the crosshatches are left out of a very small square box. Can you tell me what's at that location?
Oh, the square box is a conservation easement, I believe, that's in holding, which, let's see.
And that is not recommended for inclusion because of the conservation easement, or?
That's correct.
It doesn't look like it's the location of the farmhouse. It looks like it's just south of there, but I don't.
It is, in any case, it's private land, and we are only designating fee land.
Okay. Is it where those private homes are off that road?
Yeah, towards
Okay.
the end of Thomas Lane there and to the north.
Yes, okay,
Mhm.
thank you. Thank you.
Great. Well, Lynn, thank you so much for your time and work on this, and we appreciate it. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Lynn. Appreciate the time you put into it and leading this effort forward, and we'll pencil in a Q2 time to come back to the board on hopefully some recommendations on the council. So we're going to turn our attention to another program area within OSMP, and that's our signs program. And we'll eventually bring up Bill Wildenberg to lead us through a presentation, but I want to turn things over quickly to Jeff Haley, Deputy of Trails and Facilities, to perhaps provide us some introductory remarks and who will formally introduce Bill to you all. So with that, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. And it's great to be back this evening in front of the board. And once again, I'm fairly new. Actually, tomorrow will be my 1-month anniversary. So far, so good. It's been going really well, and a nice warm welcome from the staff, and just very excited about what's in store. And as Dan mentioned this evening, we're back to present another program area of our Trails and Facilities service area, which is an exciting program with our signs and graphics. And Bill Wildenberg will be presenting that. He's our senior program manager for that aspect of our team. But just to give context, the Trails and Facilities service area has a lot of great teams within that. We have, I believe most of you remember back in December of last year, you heard from our Trailheads team about all the work that's going on and how we strategically focus on our trailheads. But certainly we have trails, our signs and graphics program, our facilities, and then also our capital projects, all within this Trails and Facilities service area. So the infrastructure that we have to really support the OSMP system and the mission of the department is very important in how we work with our visitors and protect the system. And tonight you'll hear about how we really communicate with our visitors and users through the infrastructure we have at Trailheads and throughout the system. One of the interesting things that Bill will mention is that we obviously have a legacy system, one of the oldest open space systems. So a lot of fun and exciting work of, we're constantly, renewing and refreshing and providing new graphics and signs and messaging. So a lot of work goes into that, and we have a great team that completes that work. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Bill to go through the presentation. I'll let him take it from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Give me just a second, everyone, to share my screen and get started. And let me know if you can see this now.
Not yet.
Great. Well, thanks for taking the time to learn about our science program. First of all, I want to thank Lynn. I helped her a little bit with her presentation, but I really thought all the images she had were very inspiring, and I love White Rocks myself, and I learned a lot from her presentation. So hopefully you guys will learn a lot from mine as well. So
Yeah,
I'll be
Bill, we're still not.
Yeah. We don't think we can see it quite yet, Bill.
Oh, wow, it's showing it's give me 1 second.
All right.
There we go.
It's not in presentation mode, but we do see it. Yeah, there we go.
Great. Sorry about that. So I'll be covering everything our team deals with, from signs to graphics and everything in between. I'm hoping that this presentation will show a process grounded in thought and intention. So some background information to consider as we look through the images is our sign and our system is the oldest in the nation. And we're in the process of transitioning from historical and legacy infrastructure to newer and fresher amenities, including signs. As there's a lot of information to cover, I'm hoping that I'm kindly asking that everyone hold their questions until the end of the presentations. So let's get started. This presentation will go over the why and how questions, in addition to the products you see on our trails We'll cover our signs and graphics work group, how we utilize our department-wide teams to determine OSMP messages, and how those messages help with high visitation now and into the future. And one thing I'm going to point out is like everything on the left side of here is color coded. We're going to go through each of these, and as we go to a new topic, it's going to change colors as well. So that's one of the things that you can look for as you see this presentation. So here's our work group. To start, let me introduce to you our team. On the left is Caleb Dixon and Dave Schonbacher. He recently departed to New York. We have Patrick Harbert, who's our crew lead, and then myself is on the far right, Bill Wildenberg. This is our work group. It's not only supported by the overall department, but also by an interdepartmental team, which I'll be talking about more when we get to our signs and messaging part of the presentation later on. When thinking of what signs accomplish, there are many goals, but most importantly, signs support our master plan. A fun fact that we will also cover later on is that the master plan survey report states that the work that we do is one of the top ways the community wants to hear from OSMP. The strategies that signs support change with the project, but most times they cover the 5 strategies checked here. These include the assets or to assess and manage increasing visitation, welcome diverse backgrounds and abilities, enhance communication with visitors, provide welcoming and inspiring visitor facilities and services, and heighten community understanding of land management efforts. How we communicate with signs is always complex. While we use signs is more straightforward, it's to clearly and accurately communicate with our visitors. We're finding that it is more important to state the desired do action, not the desired don't or no. The desired action is more likely to be followed if there is a reason behind the ask. I found this is important in parenting as well. In this example, we are using the same methodology. We are asking visitors at the new anemone loop to stay on the trail because there's private property ahead. Dream Reader, our old trails and facilities manager, gave me some advice when I first started this position. Don't sign common sense. Let's keep that in mind as we ponder how we are communicating with our visitors, as well as how often. Just to pause here real quick, this just kind of shows a snapshot of how many signs we have on our system. To start, let's consider what information overload is. The top, which I won't read, is the official definition. The bottom is how our team tries deciphering that same information to our visitors. We are constantly asking, what is the intent? And I've kind of summarized it in the brown box below. Are we communicating effectively? Are we communicating too much? We have over 2,500 sign structures on our system. Sometimes our own department competes with itself for messages. We have wayfinding, regulations, COVID messaging, dog renewal tags, and there's even a sign in the background in this image trying to tell us even more. We need some balance and consistency. What type of information are we trying to convey? We need to follow our own standards for wayfinding, info signs, and regulations. Looking at just a single signpost, let's decide what is the most important information. That's the image on the right here. Is it that Wonderland Lake is a wildlife sanctuary, that dogs must be leashed, or that I should have brought my traction device? Everyone processes information differently. I gravitate towards the images, and as you'll see later in this slideshow, we've learned that visitors that don't speak English as a first language gravitate towards the images too. Using the universal symbols, shapes, and colors, we can begin to provide insight to the experience one might expect to see on our trails. So the interesting thing about this slide is I'm using the quote from the last slide, which is the purpose of visualization is not pictures, but insight. So the image on the left shows that it doesn't matter if you're a boy or girl, the insight is they want you to wash your hands. The insight on our trail system sign here is not that the Royal Arch Trail is to the left or the Flatiron Loop is to the right. It's that with this accompanying signage, that we're showing that the difficult trail is to the left and the moderate trail is to the right. And we're using both symbols and colors to do that. So to help create insightful experiences, we have many tools that we use. Just recently, we added all of our temporary signs to our sign inventory so that we are not repeating the mistake from a few slides ago with the competing temporary messages. Using an inventory also allows us to create a hierarchy of information, but viewing this inventory in 3D is a bonus for us. In addition to this tool, we also have sign guidelines that help our whole department determine sizing and use standards that are recognizable across our entire system. Here we see the OSMP sign family, which consists of 4 styles of wayfinding signs, 3 styles of temporary signs, and 4 styles of kiosks as well. This sign family was developed way back in 2005 and is still being implemented across the system today. It uses metal and wood to honor the legacy of our historical ties to the past. Each member of this sign family is recognizable to our community and visitors of OSMP. A new version of these standards are currently in development. Here's a sneak peek of some of the additions that show how to select a standard based upon the user and their view while traveling at typical speeds. In the past, many of our signs used font sizes less than 10 points. As you can see here, we need information to be properly sized for the messages to be conveyed. So obviously 10 points is way less than even 0 to 5 miles per hour can see. Beyond our messages at a glance, we are also considering the user when developing our interpretive signs. Here, the National Park Service provides guidance based on a study of their visitors. As they know, the audience is not captive and can walk away at any point. At OSMP, we are utilizing the National Park Service guidance while also learning from such resources as the Certified Interpretive Guide training. I recently completed this course alongside E&O staff and rangers and have now applied what we learned to this draft New Zealand mud snail interpretive sign. Beyond this thought process, our team also has logistics to consider. The next several slides will give you a snapshot into the installation of our signs. This is Long Canyon Trailhead. We have here where we're at Chautauqua, where we're working with CCA to relocate one of their interpretive signs. We're always preparing signs almost every single day. We're getting them to where they need to be. Those signs for the last slide ended up on Bear Canyon Trail. And all I can say is what a view. Luckily, these installs are appreciated by others too. It's fulfilling and rewarding work. Moving on from the overview, the next several slides will show how our newly formed signs and messaging team has influenced our communication. This team has representation from each OSMP work group. In this photo, several staff from this team recently completed the interpretive guide training. We vetted many iterations of COVID messaging. This sign was placed on the Ranger Cottage at Chautauqua. We also brainstorm ways to ensure our communication is consistent with the city and with our regional partners such as Jeffco and Boulder County. Might be hard to see, but there's a lot of the same imagery going across and the same messaging going across as well. The bulk of our discussions revolve around system-wide projects. For this example, the next several slides will show how this team helped update our parking fee signs. Not only are these signs consistent with one another, but they utilize symbology, such as the P symbol, which is seen across parking areas from downtown and throughout the city. Here's out with the old, a very wordy sign with clashing colors, and in with a more modern, simplified, and uniform sign. The other category where a collective team can help with messaging is for regulation changes. As shown, we recently updated alcohol rules, paragliding and hang gliding regulations, and parking hours on Flagstaff. We also look for ways to not just state the regulation, but to also provide useful information. In this example, the parking hours were updated and an opportunity to add destinations is shown as well. This is right at Panorama Point as you're exiting and are at a kind of a slow speed so you can see where you're going as you go up Flagstaff Road. Lastly, this team discusses upcoming important messages being considered for variable messaging sign, also called a VMS. I bet a few staff members here know the number of characters each line on this sign can display. Our next category is managing expectations. Our program is intended to help visitors, but it's a service that is expected by the public, especially for high visitation areas. Since COVID, one way we have managed expectations and high visitation is through a pilot project at Chautauqua, where we have suggested loops based on difficulty. The intent is to allow users or visitors to easily follow a route without standing in close proximity to one another to study a complex map. Phase 1 of this project entailed developing a map to show the suggested loops. These maps were located at key wayfinding points as confirmation you are on the right path. Phase 2 added the loop suggestions to each wayfinding post. We seized an opportunity to update our standard wayfinding templates using bigger and bolder text and arrows as well. So as you can see on the top, it shows kind of what we had before. In the middle wayfinding sign is what we've updated it to. And the bottom is what this program was implementing as a pilot project, which was suggesting each direction to go and color coding it and symbolizing it to if it's easiest, moderate, or difficult. Phase 3 focused on reducing the congestion at the main intersection of Chautauqua, which is basically Bluebell Road and Chautauqua Trail, and also it takes into consideration the stairs that lead from the parking lot up to that point. We coordinated with the CCA to install the post where one of their interpretive signs had previously been installed. Instead of creating yet another sign type, we developed an oversized sign that resembles our standard wayfinding post. Doing so allowed us to double the text and arrow sizes. The result is a wayfinding sign that can be seen while walking by. There's no need to stop and decipher this information. Another way we have worked to manage expectations was to evaluate our use of temporary signs, especially how they relate, or should I say don't relate, to our family of signs. So where does this sign type fit in? I've seen everything from menus to Pilates class information on this type of sign, yet we use it on our trail system. Where do we think they fit in is when we need a large temporary message or to alert visitors to a temporary change. Both things are being shown here in the slideshow above. I say the buck stops here though. When we have long-term consistent messages to convey, we want the message to also convey the essence of OSMP. With this in mind, we developed new update boards in 2021. Might not be easy to see. The only one not showing an update board is the large kiosk on the far left, but every other type of message board in our sign family is showing one on the left side. The design uses a consistent form, shapes, and materials, which are wood and metal with the same stain and finishes as our other signs in the family. These update boards were designed with our existing kiosk mounting points in mind, but can be installed and removed from wayfinding posts as well. Moving on, as you may have noticed, we are not just producing signs, but also graphics. We have utilized the branding completed for the master plan to emphasize a recognizable aesthetic. That includes consistent colors, where to find images, and many templates such as this presentation. Sometimes we add custom graphics while retaining the essence of the branding templates. The results show consistency, vivid colors, and larger text sizes that can be read by all, especially by young children or older adults. For this one, I just kind of think, just pick your favorite OSMP image and get started. Additionally, our team can provide graphic design assistance. On the left is an example using our sign standards to convey how an OSMP project is realized, while on the right, we have an example showing several design iterations for our compostable dog waste containers. Similarly, we develop graphics for many different management efforts. It is most times easier to react to a graphic, whether it be a positive or a negative reaction. In most cases, we incorporate universal symbols such as the stop sign and construction icon shown here. Moving into the future, we first need to assess all the requests being received from every work group of OSMP. To do this, we started creating an inventory of the requests using a standard city form, alerting staff to all the options. This saves us time and allows us to focus on the product. Here's a snapshot of the form. All the categories relate directly to our signs and graphics manual. Interestingly enough, yesterday is not an option on the date sign needed field. However, something we take very seriously is the status. We prioritize requests that are critical for safety, law enforcement, or resource protection. The advantage of using the form is that our entire work group receives the request, which speeds up our coordination and response time. Beyond the forum, we work directly with the other work groups, rangers, trail volunteers, and issues submitted through Inquire Boulder. Sometimes we even hear from the director's team on an item that needs to be addressed. To prioritize these needs, we develop a weekly work plan that takes into account each request, the context, as well as the requester. As we will see in the coming slides, we also use tools such as the visitation portal and our guiding plans to move requests forward. Most sign types can use designs from another project. However, there are new sign needs each year. Some of these needs save other work groups time. And on the left side here, it's a helicopter operation sign that we used 3 to 4 times this year. But each of these helicopter material drops cost our entire team about 3 days of work. But adding these requests to an inventory helps us prepare for all the varying types of requests ahead of time. Using this inventory, we can ask the right questions when yearly work plans are being done. We have also started using the OSMP visitation portal as a tool for where new sign infrastructure will make the most impact. In these examples, high visitation areas were addressed first. We have also inventoried our existing plans and policies to ensure we are doing what we said we would do. This helps us shape future efforts, such as the design guidelines being developed right now. So on the left is one existing plan and policy, and on the right here is what we're using it for to address the design guidelines being done. This is one of the most interesting slides to me. It says here that one of our master plan strategies is showing that visitors prefer on-site signs more than any other content. So we need to use thoughtful intent when developing this content. And on the left, we're showing all the Mesa Trail is our largest or our longest trail on the system. It's showing all the little wayfinding points that you would hit along the way, both in miles and kilometers. And on the right is a legend that I feel like is very easy to read, that shows safety, it shows level of difficulty, and it shows some reference points, or what I would call destinations along the way. We also need to consider how we are doing in relation to our peer agencies. I think you guys were also given a presentation a few months ago, and it was a report on our trailhead areas, and it also shows that signs fell well below the grade of our neighbors. The majority of our signs fell into the worst category, which was labeled as fair, while the majority of our peer agency signs were rated in the best category, labeled as excellent. One of the examples noted in the report emphasized the number of signs in any given trailhead was excessive. So how do we move forward? One way is to visualize sign placement and to develop sign plans before they are installed. We recently developed a sign plan for the new anemone loop to help limit the number of signs. The plan utilized our standards for wayfinding, restoration, and regulatory signs to thoughtfully locate each sign type. This coming year, we will also move forward with our equity project, applying lessons learned to our rules and regulations sign system-wide. The new signs use symbols, colors, and bilingual communication to convey the messages instead of solely relying on small print text. We will move forward with these recommendations that increase visitor understanding of our system. And here is just showing how the visitors are understanding this sign in relation to our system. In addition to equity and signs, we are also working collaboratively with a city tribal working group to display long-term interpretive messages at the People's Crossing. We are doing this work while recovering from the Marshall Fire, where we have inventoried our infrastructure damaged and are in the process of getting trails reopened. We need to work efficiently to achieve Osmp goals. We are currently working with a reduced staff while trying to find additional temporary help. One of the ways we have implemented efficiency is by using better installation tools. A barrier we face, though, is the rising cost of materials. In the last year alone, wood prices have tripled and metal prices have doubled. Our operating budget has increased, but it's probably not enough to update our signs to the level of our peer agency. We'll need to evaluate the life cycle cost of each of these materials moving forward and utilize CIP amounts each year to achieve our goals. Even with these barriers, our future is brighter, more colorful, equitable, and more consistent than ever before. Thank you.
Bill, thank you. I will say this presentation was uniquely engaging, which I guess is to be expected from someone in your field of signage. That was excellent. Maybe you could have a sign business of helping other people with their PowerPoints. That was more entertaining than usual. So thank you.
Great.
Who has questions for Bill?
Yeah, Bill, you mentioned that the equity and signs. How do you go about determining which signs should be bilingual? Is that an Asana board that you had out there?
That was an Asana board, yeah.
And nerding out on project management software, but I'm like, oh, I see that project over there. But yeah, so when they go through there, and I'm going to steal that line about yesterday was not an option of the date, the deadline. That's so true. But yeah, so how do you prioritize which signs are translated?
Well, we want everyone to feel welcomed. So first of all, I'll just say that all new signs where it says enjoy protect on the bottom is done bilingually so that it can be read by Spanish and English speaking groups. The question is somewhat difficult to answer because a lot of times it depends on the space of the sign. And what we try to do instead of making sure it has a bilingual component to it is we try to have universal symbols, and that should normally trump whether it's bilingual or not, because someone that's not speaking Spanish or English should hopefully be able to understand the sign. So we're placing the most emphasis on universal symbols over even the English language translation of that symbol into the sign. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of the, especially compliance signs. where people are going to get in trouble. It's really important that they know that they're being told. Yeah, I get it. The visual option is much better, but sometimes there's a lot of like embedded into the details there in language. But I don't know if you are flagging, like, it's really important that these kinds of signs be bilingual, or.
Yeah, it depends on the area really, because I'll just say at Sawhill Ponds, we've always had the fishing regulations bilingual. But we've not had every regulation bilingual there. So it really depends on the type of users we're seeing at each different area. And we're able to grab that from some of the visitation statistics and portal that I showed in the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
Michelle,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if Mark Davison wants to hop in or not, but Sawhill was actually the site last year of a pilot program that we did with Spanish-speaking communities, in which we purposely chose that area to upgrade our signage, and Bill alluded to that, as a way to learn more about how best to then accelerate that effort and expand that effort to other parts of our system. So we're using sort of what we learned in that pilot program to bring elsewhere. But I don't know, Mark, if you have any more sort of insights into that.
Yeah, no, appreciate it, Dan. And Bill, I know you were part of that project. And Michelle, the goal was actually, we partnered with El Central Amistad, and they worked with community members and ultimately developed kind of our first, probably true bilingual Spanish-English sign. And Bill was a key component in that. And we're going to continue working with them to see what type of signage and response works best within the community. And actually, Bill, you were part of this, I believe, but you did a really nice job updating the rules and regs, getting a little bit of what you said out, where it was bilingual, but also using the pictograms, as it were. And working with El Central Amistad, they provided some really good, insightful information. Juliette Bonnell provided an update about 12 months ago on that, but would be happy to come back to the board at some point and sort of talk about progress in that area.
Yeah, one of the slides was the results from the recommendations, and we are now going to evaluate those and move forward.
Bill, you also mentioned that you're trying to use like universal symbols, which makes sense. And you mentioned early on, I think that one sign was it wasn't really meant to be a directional sign. It was really meant to tell you how difficult the trail was. I did not get that at all. When you showed that, I was like, I would have never guessed that. Is that how you used to do it, or that's how you're presenting it now?
That's a pilot, really, at Chautauqua. So it has the standard signage that we've always had before, which is a green wayfinding sign. And it shows, let's say, Chautauqua Trail is to the left and Royal Arch is to the right, but below it, it will show to the right is more difficult and to the left might be easier. So it has both of those there, but only at Chautauqua area right now.
I would go with more, and of course I'm a skier, but the green symbol and the blue square, or the
we do have
diamond.
Green in a circle, blue in a square, and black in a diamond. So there's a symbol and a color for each time there's a difficulty rating on those trails.
Oh, really? Okay. I'll check those out.
So maybe I should have paused on that a little bit more, but it should have showed that there's both those options, a trail name with wayfinding and a trail difficulty with wayfinding.
Okay, cool.
I'd like to follow up on Michelle's question, because Bill, I didn't understand your response. I think what Michelle was asking is, wouldn't it be important to have compliance signs bilingual, so that no matter what language people spoke, they would understand what regulations they were supposed to be complying with? And I didn't understand what you said about they wouldn't have to know all the compliance regulations, or try me again.
I didn't say they wouldn't have to know all of them, but I'll just say that we've done bilingual where we feel like it is important to show to certain groups that are using it there. In the past, we've only had English signs. Really what the Equity Project has done is evaluated whether we should have them bilingual or with universal symbols. And what we're trying to do is make them be read by all people, whether it's someone reading Spanish, someone reading English, or What we found actually using some of our own statistics is in Boulder, Nepalese is one of the biggest populations here in Boulder. So we're trying to do something that is equitable for all the different languages in Boulder. And I'm not sure if I can speak to it as much as some of the deputy directors here, but the signage is trying to respond to that by using universal symbols and also using QR codes so that if anyone does need to know more, they can always learn more.
So using the universal symbols for all regulations.
Yes, that's where we're
Okay.
moving towards. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Bill, I would just add, it's an ongoing effort, isn't it? Working with El Central Amistad, where we're doing some they're working with community members to get a better understanding of needs and wishes and wants. And it's something we're hoping to bring back to the board probably early in 23 when that's completed. And that'll provide a lot of information about how we can improve our signage, and from not just, like Bill said, the bilingual perspective, but also other aspects of equity.
Yeah, if you look at our current rules and reg signs, it's small print English text. And what the equity project has done so far was bring some understanding to people that don't read small print English text. We're hoping to bring that even further as we move it forward.
Bill, I have two small questions on the plastic sandwich boards.
Sure.
The first one is, and it's okay for you to guess on this. In a given year that goes by, what percentage of sandwich boards are retained, i.e. not blown away by the wind, stolen, otherwise destroyed, etc.?
I found sandwich boards in trees. I've seen them used as sleds. But I would say that luckily, most of them come back. I would say 90% are retained.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
And this will sound, this is a crazy question, but I've actually seen this in two places in Colorado now. Have you witnessed anybody forging signs that look like public land management signs on those sandwich boards?
Not on the sandwich boards, but they've actually recreated our wayfinding signs. One was at the top of Fowler Trail where it said something like no swimming, and they used even the mounting bolts were anti-theft mounting bolts so that you needed a special tool to remove them, something that we would have that not the general public would normally have. So we've seen no skiing, we've seen no swimming, we've seen all kinds of interesting things at interesting places.
Okay, yeah, fascinating. I've witnessed a few sandwich boards that were made to look very official that were created by private property owners to attempt to block access to public land. So it just is curious if we witnessed that here, because Lord knows Boulderites, they're creative.
Well, there are some access points that I'm sure you're aware of too, is they've recreated very official looking signs, said it was Osmp and it wasn't.
Yeah.
We removed them, let the HOA board know that those were not okay. And since then, no new signs have appeared there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Caroline.
Hey, thank you. Would those signs be called fake news? So thank you for that presentation. I agree with Hal. That was really fun. And I do remember you guys last year talking to us with all the work that you were doing in regards to English and Spanish signs. So I think when that happened, Michelle, you weren't on the board yet, but it seemed like you guys were really moving in the right direction to do, everything to make that more inclusive for everyone. I had a couple of things that I wanted to ask. I wanted to know a little bit more about the certified interpretive guide. I was just wondering in my head when you were talking about that, would that be more of like being certified to do like PSAs, or is that also like marketing where, you understand what people are looking at? And then I had kind of a subjective question. I think it makes so much sense what you're doing with the signs as far as the uniformity. And it's just so interesting what some eyes see and what some eyes don't. just, maybe within the given presentation, because when I was looking at your signs, I thought that they were very easy to interpret, and maybe I was just staring at that particular one longer than Michelle, but I was thinking about my kids, like if they were out on a trail and lost with the circle, square, and diamond, and looking at that, I was like, they would go the easy way. Like they would figure out how to get out with a sign like that, because they're still little as far as reading. So I thought that that was a really uniform way of doing it. But the question attached to that is, in doing that, where a lot of the signage is uniform and everyone kind of their eyes go towards what they need to look for, if there is something, an update that you want people, everyone on the system to look at, how do you go about having something that's new and will kind of pop out at people versus the uniformity of having everything the same to where people like really understand what's going on? Like in my head, I think if you pulled up like what are those screens that can go like on any wall or any surface, if you could just drive those up to a trailhead if you needed to. But just kind of a question of how to keep people's attention so they don't get the sign fatigue, if there is something, really important to tell them. And then just a little bit more of an understanding for the certified interpretive guide and what that is.
Sure, I'll start with the certified interpretive guide. Basically, that program is aimed at teaching a class by education and outreach staff and also by rangers. And that's who mainly takes that class. The reason I took it is so I can take what they're learning and apply it to an interpretive sign. And the reason being is sometimes that interpretive sign is basically a complement to their program. So if they're leading a hike, and many of them will, and they came across that interpretive sign, it may kind of show the entire system of what they're trying to teach everyone in a one frame view. And the other reason I took it is that right now interpretive graphics are very subjective, and they will continue to be, but I wanted to bring a little bit of objectivity to those graphics and to the messaging. So are we covering the mission? Are we covering the steps that a person can do to achieve the mission of the interpretive sign? Those are a couple of things that you go through in the interpretive guide class. And the second part of what you're asking is that signs they're hard to kind of use as the only means to get yourself back. Let's say if you're lost, what is the thing that's going to stand out? The thing that we've talked about recently in our signs and messaging team is maybe we don't always say easy, hard, or difficult, but we only point out the easiest. So maybe the easiest way back is what you're getting at. Maybe we point out the easiest way back in case you are one of those people that got caught a little bit too far into the night and you need to get back. Maybe we're just showing the easiest way back. So when you get across that sign, that's what you see. Right now, that's my best answer, but we did easy, moderate, difficult for those, but it is a pilot program and we are discussing how we move it forward.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And when you just said that, I instantly thought about some of my patients, diabetic or something like that, where they were just on too far, too long, and, their eyes are very blurry and those other things. And yeah, something that would be the easiest way to get back down or get back to parking. But yeah, I really enjoyed the presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hey, Dave.
Bill, I wanted to say that your presentation was very informative, especially about the evolution of the sign program for the department. Historically, we always referred to signs basically as reg boards. And so It was all the regulations, that were appropriate for that particular area. And I don't think anyone ever actually looked at them, to tell you the truth. And so I think, signs for me represent to people their first encounter with the whole system. And so if the signs are clear and simple and well-maintained and easily understood, that I think people respect the system much more than, if the signs are too complicated or if they're just repetitive, you know, and it's like, we don't need to pay any attention to that. And so I think, you know, there's something that, you know, visitors first encounter. And so it's really important that, you know, they connect with those visitors. And I think they represent, you know, kind of the whole context of the system. So it's great that the focus is on trying to make them as clear and informative and, you know, kind of presentable as we can. So thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, Bill, thank you again for a very engaging presentation. Really fun and delightful to learn all about that. Much appreciated.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Bill. All right, Hal, I think we're ready to move on to our third matters from the department, which is going to be I'll provide a verbal update on some actions in regards to the Marshall Fire, Osmp impacts and our responses. In January, John and I provided you with an update of the first sort of 2 weeks after the event. And today is to sort of expand on what's happened over the last 4 weeks or so. So I've got several different categories in which I'll provide updates. And the first one is just in regards to reopening of trails. And the one thing I want to emphasize right off the bat is that we are working in collaboration with our friends and partners over at Boulder County Parks and Open Space. Obviously, the Marshall Mesa area shares a trail system that is part of that loop system is on Boulder County Parks and Open Space system. And obviously half of it or so is on open space and mountain parks. And so working in collaboration with our sister agency over there is really important in terms of trying to time the opening. So we have set a goal between the two agencies of having all designated trails opened by month's end. This will, of course, the Marshall Mesa Trailhead itself will likely be closed for a while longer. But as far as the loop trail that is in conjunction with Boulder County Open Space, Park and Open Space, we do hope to have that designated trail system open by the end of the month, and we'll do that in conjunction with the county. Of course, all this will be dependent on weather and the muddy trail status, as well as debris cleanup. And I'll talk a little bit about debris cleanup in just a bit. The other thing I want to emphasize regards to the trails is that we will continue once it's open with an on-trail use only. And we are anticipating that keeping an on-trail only regulation in place at least through Q2. And we're anticipating to reevaluate that in July. It's important for us to get a sense of how vegetation has recovered in the area. But in the meantime, keeping it on trail only use is what we'll be moving forward with. So it's quite likely that, weather permitting, that the system will be back open trails before we meet again in March. But if anything changes on that, of course, we can come back with an update in March or communicate with you via email in between now and then. Secondly, I want to touch upon some of the activities and actions that we're working on the FEMA front, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. FEMA staff have obviously been working with multiple agencies and in this area, including the City of Boulder. And our open space staff has been preparing to do what would be necessary in case the city is eligible for FEMA reimbursements, and if the city decides to pursue FEMA as a reimbursement strategy and tool. And so we had to put a lot of paperwork in place in order to make sure that any actions that we take will end up being reimbursable, if you will. So this has caused a little bit of delay in debris cleanup in order to make sure we're going to be compliant with FEMA eligibility. if the city does decide to move forward with FEMA. But we've recently got some clearance to start with trail debris removal in order to accelerate the reopening of the designated trails. So we're making progress on that front. We're also working in collaboration with our colleagues over at City Finance and the City Manager's Office, and on the citywide FEMA request for public assistance. So it's really working across departments on getting ready for FEMA and determining the eligibility and whether or not we're moving forward with it. If we do, FEMA will provide about a little more than 87% reimbursement for our eligible expenses. If it's a go-ahead, there will be good news on the reimbursement front. We will participate in the city's special adjustment to base budget process, which I believe will be later in March. That will be in front of council to appropriate our funds for the damages on the Osmp system ahead of any potential reimbursement. So we obviously will need to fund the activity, and if we do pursue FEMA, get reimbursed later. In order to fund, we're estimating about $1.5 million worth of potential damage on our system that we will go through the adjustment to base budgeting process at the council level. We anticipate sharing expense estimates with the board through the budget planning process this year. So starting in April through June, as we come before you, we can provide you more updates on what we're learning on the expense front and also the FEMA front on that. The third category I want to provide some updates on is with our ongoing assessments of damage. So we've completed we had a after action review of our damage assessment process. So we had a few weeks in which we were able to get staff out on the site. And so we met afterwards to sort of ask ourselves how that went. And overall, we felt like the field data collection went very fast and smoothly. We actually used and experimented for the first time a new software system called Crisis Track, which allowed us to put the data that we were learning from the damage assessment into a software system. And that was the first time that we used it. So we got trained up on that. We felt like that is a system that could be used in the future. We felt it had good applicability for us. And out of that, we got a pretty rapid but robust estimate of costs for participation with FEMA. And the initial feedback we've gotten from FEMA staff is that our data is looking very good. So they were appreciative and thought that our collection efforts and our estimates were looking solid. So we're happy about that. In terms of having the ability for more staff to get into the affected area, especially the area that's still under active investigation, most of the area as far as staff being able to get onto the system has been lifted for the burn area. So we're able to get out on most of the system right now in order to further do assessments and prepare for openings. There's still some small areas around the trailhead and around 93 that are still an active investigation. And so that there's still some small areas that are even still close to staff. One of the interesting aspects that has been discovered is some hotspots that have developed associated with the fire. And so we've been tracking down remaining hotspots, which have turned out in some cases to be smoldering tree roots or even trash piles. But the fire did wake up some coal spoils that are in the area, as I mentioned, just right on the surface or below the surface. And so we've been working cooperatively with the State Department of Reclamation, Mining and Safety and coordinating with us to assess and address a few of these hotspots, and some of them have been found on Boulder County open space as well. So far, so good in terms of identifying them and putting them to rest. So, but just something interesting about how the fire did wake up some surface area hotspots. What we have done is we have installed a few wildlife cameras that are out in the burn area as a way to begin to assess what wildlife are doing in this area And again, that will just, along with some obviously plant monitoring that will happen when things start to green up between some of these wildlife cameras and on the ground assessments of vegetation recovery will start to give us a full picture of system recovery. The research and monitoring will accelerate, but it will be dependent on snow cover. We've had a lot of snow cover over the last month or so, which has been, delaying a little bit our ability to really get into the monitoring efforts. Some good news, we've already written a grant and we received a $10,000 grant from the state through their History Colorado grant funding. And that is going to allow us to assess the Stone Barn historic structure. And that assessment will help us to determine how to move forward with any sort of rehabilitation, if you will, of that structure. So went right to work, and Julie Johnson and her team did a great job of identifying and getting that grant accelerated. Staff are working on a best management practice guidance for access to damaged site as we move forward with recovery. So this is really internal. So how we use vehicles and equipment and how we access the area and so forth, we'll be using best management practices as a way for us to minimize damage to the vegetation resource. So we want to be careful that we're not ourselves inflicting further damage to the burn area. The next area is just coordination, and I mentioned a little bit of this up front, but we are meeting weekly with leadership and other staff from Boulder County Parks and Open Space, obviously to coordinate on reopening of trails in conjunction with the county, but we're also sharing notes and lessons learned and potential grant funding and things like that in regards to the damage assessments in our work with FEMA. So it's been really great to collaborate cross-agency wise on that type of stuff and share our knowledge. The state has set up a local government burned area emergency response. The acronym is BEAR, and that coordination process for the fire. And there's been 2 meetings, and the purpose of those is to help get resources for watershed water quality assessments, erosion, flooding, sedimentation, risk analysis, that type of stuff, and other burn-wide response needs. So again, we want to look under all the covers and stuff in terms of the resources that are available to the agencies to do recovery work out there. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about ongoing planning. So staff have been meeting with Boulder Fire Department and their wildland fire staff to develop initial strategies for review of our longstanding partnership between the 2 departments, between open space and fire. And in fact, Chief Calderazzo and myself asked our staffs last year in 2021, before the Marshall Fire, to get together, to convene, and to look for ways to improve how we work together, to look at efficiencies of how we can do things better. And to the point that Alan was raising earlier in the meeting through public comment, to look at other strategies that perhaps haven't been identified yet of what we may be wanting to look at in terms of fire prevention and mitigation. So the good news is that we already had a sort of planning process in place between the fire department and the City of Boulder's Open Space and Mountain Park Department staff of coming up with some recommendations of how to improve our cross-departmental work, our coordination, and to begin to do that identification of other mitigation and prevention strategies that we ought to consider. So I just wanted to make note of that. I also want to make note in terms of that, there's stuff that we can do at the department level. There's actions that we're going to be able to identify and move forward with from a citywide level, working across departments. But when it comes to fire, as I think we all know, when it comes to the wildland interface, this is work that really has to be also being done at the regional level, at the state level, and at the federal level. And we already have things in place at all of those. In 2020, we provided a pretty comprehensive update to the board, which I'm happy to recirculate if board members would appreciate that. A memo which talks about a recent memorandum of understanding that we were part of, the city of Boulder was part of signing on to, along with multiple agencies, regionally, state, and federally, of how we could work more collaboratively on fire prevention and mitigation work in Boulder County as a whole. Because fire knows no boundary, political boundary, and we can do all we can do here, let's say on our open space system. But if something's happening just a few miles to the west on forest land, for instance, we're going to be impacted nonetheless. So it's important that we also work on a regional, state, and federal level as well. We, of course, already have things in place beside these new initiatives that I'm speaking to now. I think all of you know that we have a forest ecosystem management plan that has had a lookout of various fire prescriptions that we ought to be doing on our system. I believe we have now hit about 80% of all of those sites. And so we are making our way through all of those plan recommendations of where we can do mitigation. We have turned our attention over the last 2 years to work within the wildland urban interface part of our system, and to make sure we're taking care of those forest thinning projects, for example, that are really close to the urban edge, and perhaps delaying some of those ones that are called for that are a little bit deeper into the system. So we've been able to do some shifts about where our areas of focus are. Of course, we have the prescribed grazing program, which is there for a number of different reasons, but certainly to help reduce fine fuels. I think we're all familiar with the expansion of that program in the Shanahan Ridge, in which that is a fine fuel mitigation project, as well as an invasive species removal effort. So we have prescribed burns, which we're hoping through that work we're doing, that collaborative work with the fire department, to identify how perhaps prescribed burns we might be able to do more of those. There's a lot of things that go into whether or not we can do a prescribed burns, but our staff are talking about ways to perhaps be able to enhance that program. And of course, we have the new soil health program, which is talking about ways in which perhaps our soils, if they're healthier, they can hold more water and more moisture and that sort of thing. So a number of different actions are sort of being worked on, as well as being accelerated. So that's one way of sort of speaking a little bit to the suggestions that Alan was calling for. And certainly John Potter, who's helping to coordinate that work with the fire department. We are certainly open to taking any and all suggestions we get from the board, whether we get from community members, and throw that into the mix of things that we maybe should be considering that maybe aren't in our toolbox as of yet.
Dan, can I jump in with a small suggestion?
Absolutely.
Before we begin piling in with various suggestions, just as the police chief often joins city council, I think for this board, and given the extent of the land, maybe at some point at a future meeting, an invitation to a representative from the fire department that has been working with John, who's part of these collaborative efforts, would be an interesting guest for us to have at this meeting, to ask some questions and learn more exactly how these partnerships with state and federal agencies and groups work, and begin with just really the board learning more about what these partnerships consist of. I'll just throw that out as an idea. It might be a nice starting place.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent suggestion. You know, we primarily did it through written memos last year. I think having a presentation at an appropriate time this year that John and maybe Brian Oliver from Wildland Fire or somebody like that could join us, as well as Chris Warner. And I know that Karen's very familiar with a lot of the work that we're doing and that other agencies are doing in more traditional fire mitigation and forestry health issues. But certainly I could talk to John about when might be a good time to move off the written memo and more into a dialogue kind of conversation.
Great. Thank you, Dan.
Absolutely. So other kind of collaborative work, of course, is where you, as Karen knows, we're working with CU Center for Sustainability, Landscapes and Community on fire education and awareness, working on and on that regional level as well. So finally, I'll just wrap it up by just saying that overall, that staff is continuing to move forward in terms of the response. We're absorbing it into our work plans as best as we can. We're waiting for a FEMA decision and waiting for all the staff closures to be lifted for us to proceed with some major lifts that sort of are out in the horizon. And again, on the budget front, we'll make sure Lauren builds in some updates throughout the spring for you on how we're funding some of this emergent work and going forward with FEMA.
Tremendous. Did that include, are we at verbal updates?
That includes item C, which is update on fire, Marshall Fire. So before I move on to some verbal updates, I'm happy if there's anybody who has any questions on sort of what I presented, I'm more than happy to try to answer them. Yeah, Carolyn.
Hopefully mine's just a quick one. With the prescribed burns and you know how much work must go into planning all of that, is that so difficult because of all of the different land management systems? So with the collaboration that we did in 2020, I remember that memorandum, it was really good. But for doing prescribed burns, if each county and us and all the other land agencies all wanted that for their systems, would that make it easier, or that portion really isn't what affects being able to do it or not?
Yeah, not so much the regional collaboration. I'll let John jump in because he's going to know more of the details than I, but it's just when you're in the urban interface area, we're dealing with things like smoke, wind direction, moisture content in the air on that given day. So for us to be even do like a 5-acre burn on our system that's close to the urban interface, it's not so much that we don't have the staff capacity to carry it out. It's all these other factors that may or may not be there on that given day. And because there's so many of them, those windows of opportunity, the dryness of the vegetation, the moisture level that's on the ground, humidity that's in the air, wind that's in the air. It's like all these things have to come together to give it a go. So we could be planning for 2 months ahead of time, and we're all set working with fire department and our Osmp staff and our rangers and our forestry crew. And then the window of opportunity from the weather and all the moisture closes in and we're never able to do it. So there's many years where we're actually have it on the plans to do it. It's just that we haven't been able to carry it out from all these very specific conditions that have to be met.
And the last 2 years has been doing the wildland urban interface or the upcoming? I just wanted to make sure that I understood.
I don't know, John, if you caught that one, you could give that answer. I didn't understand it.
I totally understand the question, Caroline.
Oh, so Dan said that right now they were doing the wildland urban interface, like doing the thinning.
Oh, yeah.
Like looks like where Shanahan is. So my question was, when you said that, has that been the past 2 years or the upcoming?
Oh, we've been doing thinning work for many years, and we'll be continuing. That's part of our standard ongoing services with the forest team. So they've been doing about 150 acres of thinning a year, and we hope to increase that over the next few years.
Okay, so you do it in different areas. What I understood was that right now you're solely and only focusing on the areas that are, really close to the urban interface, but it's all over the system.
It's predominantly the forest stands immediately west of the city in the backdrop.
Okay.
Yeah, and Caroline, I think maybe what I was alluding to, last year we increased some department funding for our forestry. So we were able to operate and form 2 crews now instead of one larger one, and also have some permanent staff that were going to be staying year round and helping to coordinate it. And as part of that shifting, we just made sure that all the priority work was primarily being done in the wildland interface, because sometimes our forest thinning projects are called for that's a little bit deeper in the system, and we just sort of made a small shift just to make sure most all those resources are focused into this interface area.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
All right. So we will move on to director verbal updates, and I have 3. And so want to just start off by mentioning the fact, and it's associated a little bit with the written memo. We have a city tribal consultation that's going to be held. Unfortunately, it's going to be held in the virtual space again this year. 2019 was the last time that we've been able to meet face-to-face with our tribal friends and representatives. So what was going to be a 2-day in-person has turned into a 1-day virtual. So the one thing that sort of got eliminated, of course, was the field visit day, in which we were going to go out to Jewel Mountain, perhaps White Rocks and People's Crossing. The tribal representatives have expressed a desire to get out onto the system. So unfortunately, we really feel badly about not being able to have that day. So we're going to have more of a business sort of meeting focus on Wednesday, March 16th. And in the past, there's been interest on the OSBT, some of the trustees to listen in and take part of that consultation. And so I would be looking, it doesn't have to be tonight. You don't have to formally decide right now. But if you are interested in being part of that session with the tribes, I would like to know that sooner than later, in the next week or so. If there are more than 4 of you, and so the primary goal for this upcoming consultation is going to be continued negotiation of the memorandum of understanding. And typically consultations are closed sessions. And so we will have to follow the no more than 2 trustees at the meeting. And so that's why it's a little bit of a coordination to determine how many of you are interested in participation, and then trying to just book in slots that work for you, and also to make sure you all have an opportunity, but yet there's only 2 of you at a time. So I'll be reaching out to you on this item, but if you want to just shoot me an email out saying, hey, yeah, I'm interested, and here's some between morning and afternoon, here's what's preferable for me, or I'm available for any and all sessions. So I've already heard from Karen. So if the rest of you could let me know your desire and or your availability, that would be great. And maybe within the next week.
Yeah, Dan, I'll just speak to that quickly. I had the privilege to be involved in all the sessions last time around. It was certainly very interesting. A lot of substantive topics covered. As a result of that, if there is only slots for 4, I am delighted to clear the way for the rest of the trustees to make that possible, because I got the full package last time. So I do encourage my co-board members, if you want to participate, please reach out to Dan. Delighted to make that possible for you.
And we'll try to arrange it. We'll try to arrange it so you come and go, and you don't go in the middle of a discussion. Like there's certain blocks throughout the day, and if you've got a 2-hour session, we'll try to block that into what might encompass a full discussion. Sometimes that's possible, but that's what we are striving for.
Great.
Caroline, I cut you off, and I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. I was going to say, I'll send you the email, but I'm definitely interested and available all day. So just wanted to let you know that, but I'll send you an email as well, just so you have it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. My second sort of quick update is actually another staff departure. And of somebody that's been with the department for a long time. But Marianne Giolletto is going to be leaving her position at Open Space and Mountain Parks. She's been serving as our wetland and riparian ecologist for a number of years, and she's pursuing a new career direction that is including a graduate degree in applied mathematics. And she's been pursuing that graduate degree for the past couple of years while still maintaining focus on her job with Open Space and Mountain Parks, which has been an amazing feat. So I just want to, on behalf of Don D'Amico specifically, and Heather Swanson and John Potter and myself, really just want to wish Marianne all the best. She's been a wetland and riparian ecologist for the department for over 16 years. And during that time has overseen really a wide variety of projects, including large-scale wetland and stream restoration, establishment of the grassland monitoring program, and participation in planning processes ranging from TSAs to ISPs to ecosystem planning. Marianne's passion and dedication to protecting and conserving and restoring wetlands in riparian areas were always first and foremost in the work that she did. And as staff, we fully realized that and so appreciated that. She's really strove to make others she worked with understand and appreciate the value and importance of these critical ecosystems. The condition of our wetland areas and our riparian areas on our system truly has been substantially improved and restored thanks to her leadership and tireless work. So like I said, on behalf of Don, Marianne, John, and I in particular, I think we speak on behalf of the full department that she will always be appreciated, and her depth of knowledge and her expertise and her conservation ethic and her humor and communications have always been deeply appreciated, and she'll be sorely missed by the department. So just wanted to alert the board of the fact that Marianne's pursuing other paths in her life, and she'll be missed. So thank you for the opportunity for us to recognize her good work.
Yeah. Thank you for the service, Marianne, and we encourage you, maybe you would return to us as a resident if you're going to be on mathematics as well now in terms of the groundwater data, which we struggle to parse. Might be a perfect fit for all these skills. We hope to hear more from you in the future as a citizen and resident.
Thanks, Al. Well, with that, we made our way through the matters from the department. And Hal, I don't know if you want to give us, we also have to interrupt you for the break.
Yeah, so I'm going to blow everyone's mind, and I'm going to have an idea of a break, and it's going to come directly from me. First time ever.
I didn't say anything.
What do you guys think about a 5-minute break? I don't think I've ever proposed one before. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Dan. It is 8:17. Why don't we come back here at 8:23, and we will move to the matters from the board. Thank you. Board members return. Thank you. We've returned to recording. And we are in the matters for the board department. But on this topic, we're going to start by hearing from staff. Fundamentally, the issue at hand is a matter from staff. We've scheduled under matters from the board because we have significant work to do together. But I'd like to let Dan open up the conversation.
Yeah, and some of this will be sort of just a recap and things most of you probably already know, but for just to bring us all back up to speed on where we're at and any members of the public that might be listening in. So right now, first of all, I just want to also extend my thanks to the subcommittee, Caroline Miller and Hal Hallstein, for really putting in a number of hours over the last year or so on the effort to update and develop a guidelines document that staff will intend to use, and that we could provide anybody who's requesting either a license from Open Space Mountain Parks or has a request for a disposal. And so we are developing sort of a guidelines document that will, in order to provide them a sense of what that process is going to look like for either for that agency, that company, or that individual. But stepping back from that, The only document that sort of provides an overview of some things that we may ask for is an older 1995 easement request document we were as a staff level utilizing that in order to consider requests beyond just requesting access or easements across open space. So it was really that 1995 document was limited. Of course, it's pretty dated by now. And so actually in 2015, staff identified the need to develop a more up-to-date, more all-encompassing guidance document for staff to, so we know sort of how to consistently work through a request we get, but as importantly, a document that we could give to, again, another agency, another department, an individual, a community member, or a company that has a need to request either a license or a disposal from the department of what that process would look like. So we went before the board in 2015 with an initial crack. We got a whole bunch of feedback, and we actually that project was put on hold for a couple of years. The real estate staff was involved in a number of pretty high profile, pretty aggressive land acquisitions, as you might recall in the late decade that has recently concluded. And so that got put on hold, but we did resurface that work around 2020 or so, and brought back to the board a discussion around the need for such a guidance document. The board at that time suggested that this is the perfect sort of project that we could utilize the assistance of a subcommittee. So a subcommittee was appointed consisting of Caroline and Hal from the board, and then Bethany Collins and myself represented the staff. And the four of us have been working, like I said, over the past year and a half or so on this new updated guidance document. And as you know, it's been before you again in Q4 of 2021. We received some great feedback from trustees over the past few months. The subcommittee has met a few times in 2022 already to consider the feedback we were getting, and to also consider suggestions we were getting from the subcommittee themselves about the need to reduce redundancy that was in the document, and still felt like the overall document was a bit clumsy to work through and might not be as effective as a communication piece back to the requester in the format that it was in. So we took that opportunity to do some reformatting, as well as to incorporate trustee feedback. So I think that brings us up to where we're at today, because you have our latest and greatest draft that was put out to you earlier this week. And with that, I think that's the context setting that I wanted to provide, and I want to turn it over to Hal now.
Thank you, Dan. I'm going to say a couple words on a higher level, and then talk a little about how I think we should handle our work and meeting this evening. On a higher level, it's interesting with projects like this, sometimes you unearth benefits that you didn't initially think would be there. This project really stands out that way. As we have worked on this document, I think that it can not only serve staff's desire to make the process of initial contact with a requester for a license or disposal easier and clearer and more predictable. I also think that the document goes a long way to educate board members and future board members about what the disposal process itself is like, because as you all know, the disposal process is ensconced in multiple areas. Of course, the open space charter, but there's pieces that hang in the Boulder revised code as well. And it takes vision and of understanding how those areas of law all touch together and how that process would actually unfold. And so I've really seen the document, I think, can be of benefit in many ways, not just to the staff, but to board members present and future. And I just hope, as far as our work on it, that the trustees understand that basically our authority is vested in us on this issue in the open space section of the city charter. That is the law, that is the guiding language. This is simply a document that is meant to make the administrative part of managing that process easier for our department and perhaps more predictable for trustees. I think it achieves that pretty well. We've made progress. I think we'll make more progress tonight. And the last piece is, it's sort of dawned on me, one thing I think that personally we would like to avoid in this document is we're not trying to interpret the charter and our responsibility as board members under the charter. We're trying to stick to the fundamental guidelines and process that allow that piece to unfold the way it is in the law. And you all will be the judge of if we sort of met those needs and found that balance tonight. So that's my opening statement. The part about how I believe it would be effective for us to proceed, we sort of realized it's easy to get into fine-tuning language, and then if somebody later has a bigger, more structural change, it kind of undoes the value of the fine-tuning work. And so this evening, I'd like to start by giving all the board members an opportunity to focus in on any big conceptual issues that they have or fundamental organizational changes that might be there, and to sort of withhold the detailed comments until either later tonight, depending on the progress we make, or at our next touch on this topic, which is in the coming meeting, where hopefully we can approve that. Last but not least, I'd like everyone to keep their eye on the fact, because this isn't law, it's merely guidelines. There's plenty of opportunity for this document to be reopened and tweaked in the future, just like the rules of procedure for the board, etc. We are not changing the law here, so we have quite a bit of flexibility. That's not to say I don't think we should do an excellent job of approving a first draft that we think is very good. But I just remind people, it's not our last bite on the apple. So I guess with that, Caroline had a number of questions that were more conceptual in nature that she formulated in the process. And so I thought I'd just kind of start by letting her go there, but offering everybody an opportunity to weigh in on that conceptual organizational level of what they're seeing, problems or things we're celebrating in the work we've done.
Hey, thanks, Hal. So in the questions that I created, the point of it was to hopefully get a quick consensus as to where everyone is with the document, because I think that if there is a separation in where we all are, it lies in either the simplicity of the document or the comprehensiveness of it. And it might be that we're all trying to reach the same goal, but we're doing it differently. So I just want to make sure that this isn't, if there is something, something that we don't have to talk about for a long time, kind of like what Hal is saying, doing a lot of micromanaging as opposed to just looking at the really big picture. And if there is anything to identify, doing it right off the bat, just to save everyone some time. So with that being said, I don't know, Leah, if you're able to put this up, and then I'll just pause for a minute. Michelle, do you need it bigger, the font?
I'm able to see that nicely, thank you. Caroline, would you like to go ahead and sort of read these? These are sort of rhetorical questions to the board, I feel.
Yeah, even with reading them, I'm trying to figure out a good way to do this, because for everyone to be able to read it and take a look at it, it might be that they don't even need to answer each individual question. They might be able to gather their thoughts on the document and looking at this and provide an opinion. So we don't even have to hit every point. I'm happy to do that. I just wanted to save everyone time and not try and get too much into the nitty gritty. The reason for me writing these questions is that I still feel like I have a few in my understanding of what the charter allows for us to do in regards to disposals, because I want to make sure that what we do, is of benefit to open space and is of benefit to the trustees now and in the future, and making sure that we do due diligence and dot every I and cross every T, and just make sure that we're doing this as properly as possible, for the benefit of OSBT now and in the future.
Kim,
So-
can I jump in on question one? And I'll just to open things right up.
Yeah.
I do, and Dan, please correct me. I do approach the project that this is a replacement for a document in 1995, which has not adequately served staff by its own analysis. So that part I certainly agree with. And I do believe the word policy is used a little loosely sometimes. Fundamentally, licenses and disposals are governed by law. And those are the primary, most important elements of what we do. This guidelines document, I think that's the real thing tonight. We want to make sure that we're not attempting to interpret necessarily the charter or the law, but focus more on meeting the staff's needs to have a clear, organized process, which treats each applicant or requester fairly, and also which prepares the board of some idea of the timelines and way in which the process unfolds. So I'll just throw that in as what I think on question one.
So that top overarching is I think what I'm getting at in this question, because you have rightly said in the past, that the trustees are here for policy making. Last night at the city council meeting, they were discussing the library district, and some city council members were making the same statement about creating the policy. So I just wanted some clarification on if that document, what you're saying, that the policy isn't stringent there, and that we would need one for a disposal as opposed to not having one. But further, something I was thinking about today, Dan, and I don't know if you have any historical context into this, but you guys gave us the easement. Was there never a disposal document made at any point in time? It was always just this 84 and then updated in 95?
Yeah, that's sort of the only related type of document that would provide staff with sort of what type of process would this involve in order for us to gather the information that we would put together in order to inform us to make a recommendation and then to forward that on to the board. So other than that, there is no sort of guidelines document that speaks to a consistent approach that staff should take in seeking a type of information from a requester that we feel would be needed to inform us and adequately in order to then bring things forward to the board, and if it's required, onto council.
Yeah, and I thought that was interesting that there wasn't anything in place, because then I thought rightly the thing to do would be just to look at whatever policy was written on those documents that had historically been accepted and be able to move forward with that. And just having the one, and like Hal was saying, other like areas where it's written into law, but I just assumed that there would be more than that historically.
Yeah, I think historically, what is that it's pretty clear in the charter of a certain process that it needs to, staff collects information, brings it forward to the board. The board has got this authority. With that authority, if it moves forward, the council's got this authority, and then there's the community aspect. So, there is process laid out in the charter, but within the micro processes, we want to make sure that we're being consistent with all applicants and all requesters. We also get a lot of verbal communication with the requester saying, well, how does this work? And we don't, it wouldn't be good, it wouldn't be ideal, good governance for in 2016 for one staff person to verbally convey it in this way and then conveys it slightly different to another requester. And 2 years later, there's another staff person who maybe isn't familiar with how we historically have done things and may have a different way of doing things. And so I think Hal hit it really well off in the very beginning, which if nothing else, staff is looking for a document that provides us consistency over time for how staff will go about seeking the type of information that will be needed for the decision-making process.
Yeah, and I think also communicating in plain English to a requester who may not have been able to connect the dots in all the various points of law related. And to that end, I think the document succeeds.
My concern was that we, as the Open Space Board of Trustees, should be creating a policy with the disposal document, and that by only doing the guidelines document, that we are not actually doing our due diligence in fulfilling the charter. And I don't know if that's true or not, but that was my concern because this was like the policy level.
Yeah, the only comment I make, I wasn't here in 1995 when it was called a policy, but the first thing that the city attorney's office noticed was, oh, a policy, was that approved by council? And there was no record that this went on to council, because truly a true policy of the city would go through a full council approval, because council ultimately sets sort of policy for the city. So her initial feedback was, well, it's got the word policy in here, but this is really a process document, for a procedures document, if you will, or a guidelines. And so right off the bat, back, a few years ago, it was made, clear that what we're working on here is a process guidelines document and not a city policy.
And to follow up on what Dan has just said, so that's correct. Boards don't create policy. City council creates policy. Policies are created through ordinances and through Boulder Revised Code. So we do have Boulder Revised Code, which is the charter implement. The charter is in the Boulder Revised Code, and that is the policy regarding licenses and disposals. So anything that furthers that, so you either kind of have to change the charter and then change Boulder Revised Code, or you do this effort, which is to create guidelines of how that policy is implemented. So the policy is already in place according to our feedback from city attorney's office through the charter and also through the Boulder Revised Code, the duplication of the charter into the Boulder Revised Code, or the integration of the charter language into the Boulder Revised Code regarding licenses and disposal. Is that helpful?
I think so. I'll leave myself there for a second, and if something else comes, I will share.
Sounds good.
I'll jump on now to your point number 2. Do we have consensus this is sufficient in lieu of a formal application? My analysis as a committee member is that this is such a complex process, disposal, just like conservation easements, that we simply cannot have a formal check the box application process. It will never work. There's a few elements that are the same for every applicant, but it's fundamentally so complex that there can only really be this guidance and process, and that we cannot arrive at an application form. Does anyone else have thoughts they want to add on that idea?
Now, before we do that, I'd like to go back to number 1.
Okay.
Because this was supposed to be a board conversation, and none of the rest of us have had a chance to weigh in.
Please.
So from my perspective, this document isn't only for staff needs. This document is also for open space board needs. And theoretically, those are the same. But I want to make sure that this document covers all of the aspects of the process that we think are important. So it's, from my perspective, it's more than a staff needs document, because the board actually, you know, makes a decision based on information that it's provided. So the board needs to be sure that it gets the information it needs in order to make that decision. So for me, it's this document needs to provide the basis for decision making. And
this is, and I just want to concur with you on that. It's, you know, sort of the other tangible benefits of this is that if the board knows that this is the type of process and work that went before bringing you information, there's going to be some more confidence between the board and the staff of bringing things forward, and it will hopefully cut down on the board needing to ask for a whole bunch of different information that we already didn't do. But this document definitely provides the opportunity for the board to continue to ask for additional information. You know, we wanted to make clear that. And if it was just for staff guidance, the staff wouldn't have sought this type of process in which we work jointly together to develop it. You know, I would have just instructed Bethany, hey, Bethany, develop a staff guidance document, and this is what we'll do. You know, we did feel, because this is such an integral effort between staff and board, that we should do this together. And so that's the spirit that we've been working on this over the past few years. So I just want to acknowledge and agree with your comment.
Okay. And yeah, and I understand that and appreciate that. But I do think there are actually four, I don't know their audiences, but four participatory parties in this whole process. And so this document, and Hal, you're right, it's going to be rather complex. It's got to meet the needs for a four-party participation. And those parties are staff, board, public, and applicant. And so it's got to be clear. I disagree. I think, you know, it's got to be step by step, so there's no lack of clarity in anyone's mind about where decisions were made during the process and the basis for the final decision. So.
Okay, when we open up the text, we'll see where the rubber meets the road. The staff and our committee's solution was to keep reiterating how many doors there are open for OSBT, at least, to ask for additional information and to obtain additional information. But it's certainly quite possible. We have not, in this initial approach of the requester to staff, covered everything. Let's look into that. I just am wary of, fundamentally, the powers of the board are quite great to ask for any and all information that it wants, and to set the pace of the process, and to basically deny hearing it further for lack of information, and making sure that people are aware that that exists and that's the law, without trying to predict every eventuality. That was the tough balance, you know?
Yeah, and I would just say I don't disagree with that at all. But for me, we ought to minimize the need to ask for information, for additional information, and there ought to be a pretty specifically clear context for the information that we think in general needs to apply to all applications.
Okay, good. That sounds great. Luckily we did kind of corral that all into one section in the new version. Let's open that up when we get there later tonight. If that works, I think is a great point. I just want to make sure we're addressing some of Caroline's questions. Please do jump in. Just because I'm trying to roll the ball forward doesn't mean people shouldn't jump right in. So we'll do that, Dave. Let's explore those requested items in detail when we get there.
Right.
on this idea of the formal application, I guess I'll start with you, Dave, because you're on this. Do you think it's possible for us to have a formal application, or is it sufficient to have an exhaustive list of the types of items we'll need?
I do believe that a formal application is required. I don't believe it can be exhaustive, but I do think that there ought to be consensus on essentially, or not essentially, what is essential information that, you know, every application needs to have. And then you're right, there may be, you know, some contingencies or variations that depending upon the request that will require, you know, different information or additional information. And those can be determined at the time, but there ought to be clarity in what those are and how they're going to be addressed. That's the key thing for me at this point. And that's where I think a checklist is important, because everyone can see, okay, you know, we went and this is what we did, and this was what the result was, and this is how we got to where we ended up.
Okay.
Anyway, so I don't know that it doesn't have to be exhaustive, but I do think it has to be pretty foundational.
I really agree with you there. When we get to that list of the items, I like the idea of opening the dots up into boxes or circles, check style, and also for us to define which of those things will always be present no matter what the disposal request is, and define those as fundamentally required. And I do think there's 4 or 5 of them that there will always have to be there. So does that seem like a reasonable way of looking at that section?
Yep, that's great.
Okay, Caroline.
I had a question related to that. Because open space funds are earmarked for open space funds, are disposals because of that required for anyone in the public to be able to look at applications to what we're talking about now? But I assume that there would be other things in the city that would have to be.
So let's link that to your question number 5. Our documents submitted, open records documents, is everything submitted by the applicant available to the public? Does that encapsulate?
It's kind of that, but my question was, because the taxpayers, you know, paid for something that would be a disposal, do they then have the right to view? I don't know the answer to this. I just wanted to know if then they then have the right to view it, or are municipalities always allowed to say it's an internal document? And
I'll defer to Bethany or Dan. Can we settle the issue of what's public and what's not?
Yeah, it's.
Dan, I can jump in on this. Sorry. So anything submitted to staff during a license or disposal process can go through a Cora now. If we were to get a Cora request, could go through a Cora analysis. Often it would be considered deliberative because it's in a process that hasn't closed, hasn't been approved, etc. Once it is presented to the board, unless it is done through a confidential memo process, it is public information. You are a public board if it's in a public, you know, if it's provided, if it's information or materials provided in your packet, let's say, it would be a public document. And so there are things that, you know, could be, and I don't know that we would ever want to get necessarily into a common practice of submitting stuff to the board. But again, those materials would also have to go through a Cora analysis as to if they are privileged and confidential from public viewing, or if they qualify under the conditions of Cora. But in general, most application materials to a government entity, yes, become public domain, public viewable during a Cora request or to the general public. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I just felt like, you know, whatever we do, there are so many smart people in Boulder, and I just wanted to make sure for some of these legal questions that I really understood what the citizens' rights and what they are allowed and not allowed to do are.
Certainly. And generally, I mean, as soon as somebody says, makes a request by an email to our group or to our department, that's a public, email is a public document. So, so that could be, asked for in a core request.
And then really for any of the questions, if there's any historical showing or information or data that shows like the way that it has been done in the past, like with past disposals.
We've certainly fulfilled many core requests over time. I can promise you that one. Yeah. Just because we have so much to do on the document, forgive me, and I do want people to slow me down if they feel I'm moving too fast, but I'm trying to keep us on the road here. Question number 3 is the intention to have no written formal process for which an applicant is to follow during the license disposal process further than what's been created in the guidelines document. My view on that, much like conservation easements, these things cannot be oversimplified. Each deal that will be brought to us is going to be very unique. And our job is to figure out the right balance between creating the very firm boxes and then also leaving open the board and frankly the staff's ability to gain information that's unique to that setting. So in my opinion, this document is fundamentally a major step forward from the 1995 document to achieving predictability in organization. It may not be perfect, but it is a huge leap forward in moving this to a more consistent, equitable, and fair approach for each requester. I'll open it up to other people's thoughts.
I think what you just said, Hal, is really important. And my head equates this process with the process for leasing agricultural land that we've gone through in the last few years. And I think the ultimate goal is for us to create a process that's transparent and can be understood by anybody who intends or is thinking about entering this process, that they know what's being asked for, and it's crystal clear, and the whole process is transparent, and can be tracked well by anyone.
Do you feel that the document is progress then, or on that?
Yeah, as long as we have agreement on the kinds of things that, for instance, you and Dave were just talking about.
Okay, great. Well, we can certainly get into that list. Caroline, does that sort of, I know it's really tempting to want things to be put into very specific boxes, but I just fundamentally feel each deal is so unique that this is a good direction where we're headed. And we can't really have like the application form you get to have your driver's license. We're never going to be able to get this there.
I wrote that question after looking online at the city portals at the various departments. I was looking at other applications and guideline sheets and just wanted to get a feel if they had like a trend of what they looked like. And the one thing that I observed was most guidelines documents were like the initial handout to the application. So it walked you through how to do the application. So that was a little different from ours. And it was just something that I noted. And because of that, I wanted to put it down.
Yeah. I do think it's a great observation. Personally, I fall in the camp of part of the excitement and honor of being on this board is being presented with very complex things. And that's why we've been asked to be here, because they are fundamentally each one so complex. It's never as simple as, yep, it's a go, or no, it's not. And I'm sure staff will try over time to further the clarity of what every application will contain. But I mean, just look at CU South by way of example of wild complexity where we've had to figure out a disposal request coming from the same entity that we are, that's one example. How do you even put down on an application, the applicant and the grantor are the same party? I mean, that's just one illustration of boom, the form blows up. You know what I mean?
So Hal, from my perspective, I'd liken this process to the city annexation process. So there's a formal application that outlines exactly the information that city departments and ultimately city council needs to have and know. And then you're right, then there are, kind of unique complexities or issues associated with each annexation application that have to be dealt with through various means. And so again, my feeling is that we've got to lay out, and this goes along with what Caroline just said, we've got to lay out, kind of the sideboards, the context for the application, and then acknowledge that each one may have some unique characteristics that we're going to have to figure out.
Okay, let's address that tonight by trying to come to some consensus about what the required items in that list are, and also what other items we're going to add to the list. It's clear to me we'll add a couple items to the list, and it's also clear that we think that some items will be consistent for every applicant. Let's try and identify those tonight.
Great.
Okay.
Al,
Yep.
just with that one, from looking at our packet that has under written information D, that talks about the conservation easement. So with the question that I asked, when you have a recommendation that's coming that is doing different things like the land acquisition and the easement and the disposal. And for example, if you look at the land acquisition information, there's so much written things about it, and you can see the reference of how it's been updated. So I think the most recently was the update from 2013 to 2019. That was some 30 pages on the land acquisitions. So while different from disposals, still open space purposes. And when we have something that is complex like that, I just wonder why like the disposal document would be so thin compared to the land acquisition or to other ones. Like, I think our guidelines document is great, but it's just the comparison that I want to make sure of.
I guess I would say, Caroline, I think that's, in my opinion, I think it's the wrong comparison. I would compare the total stack of documents we've received on CU South, which is now probably running towards 1,000 pages or more, to the 30 pages on this. I think that's a fair comparison. The application for the disposal on CU South is at least 1,000 pages. And growing every time we meet on it. And that's just the reality, right? We can't change that.
Sorry, the application for disposal for CU South?
Correct.
You said it's 1,000 pages?
At least.
I
If you count every page of document that's been requested by the staff, by the board, and that has been delivered for our deliberation, we're well over 1,000 pages. That's a big application.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure if you were talking about like the annex book, or you're just only talking about information for disposals.
Because not only this board, but also city council is at its freedom to request any and all information that they want on a disposal, the application fundamentally can grow over time. Certain of them are going to be small, certain of them are going to be large. And this board cannot do anything about that. A complex disposal will always have a large application, and a simpler one will have a somewhat shorter one. But the law gives us the ability to ask for whatever we want, so we can grow the application packet at our whim and desire whenever we feel like. That's in the law. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, it does. And I just, when I hear you say it, I like it because I want OSBT to retain any and all authority that was given to it via the charter and what is designated for them. I guess that confuses me too. Like you keep mentioning that we can constantly update and change it, but the last time, if we're doing this to replace the 1995 document, that stayed put for a long time. So do we want something that's very concrete that will last, or are we trying to create something that is flexible and will be updated frequently?
I believe we're trying to do as excellent of a job as we can in this board, but I do believe future boards will figure out ways to do even better work than we did.
Hal, I'm trying to limit our whimsical efforts in this regard, both for ourselves and for future boards. So I don't disagree. We aren't disagreeing, but I guess my feeling is that we ought to be as specific as we can be for the essential items. And then, yes, in the future, there may be some additional items that will be, uniquely associated with specific applications.
Yeah, and I think we are all in agreement, and we will do that work tonight. But I would be remiss not to point out the law is the law, and until people change the law, which we can't do, it allows that. So we have to be prepared for that fact, Okay, so which I think is a great segue to item 4. Do we have consensus about what OSBT's authority allows in regard to licenses and disposals? My answer to that question would categorically be no. In this community, there is broad disagreement many times about what our authority is or is not. We think we have a very clear view now. There are elements that are in the Boulder Revised Code that relate to this. I have strong views myself about how the charter might be changed to improve and add clarity. The fundamental fact is that there are 5 trustees, and a vote of 3 of them is required to approve a disposal. What those trustees predicate their vote on is their own private business, and it can actually be based on any thought that might come to their mind. It can't be regulated. Yes, the city charter, you take an oath to it and it provides guidance, and you should honor that and respect that in my view. But fundamentally, each trustee's vote is their own decision. And so basically question 4 is a complex one. I think if you ask each of us what our authority is, we might all have a slightly different answer. But what we do know is 3 of us would need to agree for any disposal to proceed. Just comments on that thought?
I agree with that, Hal. It may be a little bit different when we're talking about licenses. I mean, I think about a license for a neighborhood gate, and we are trying to have this process also address that. I think that with the disposal, it's very clear that we are permanently disposing of something. We need 3 votes. When it gets into the license part of it, I am a little bit more perplexed.
Just simply a license, you're a recommending body at that point, not a decision maker. So you would be, and your recommendation is back to staff. So
just a recommendation that goes back to you, you make the decisions.
Yep, under disposals, you are recommending and approving, and that recommendation goes to council.
So this whole rest of the document, which I know we're going to get into, applies to both though, right?
Yes.
Applies to in 5B, as you're looking through it, it makes the differentiation at the license versus disposal level. If disposal goes forward, license goes back to the department. And hopefully that was where we took out the redundancy of like listing everything with a license and the process, and then listing everything with the disposal and the process, when there was kind of one difference that we could explain in the paragraph. So, but we can also talk about going back if necessary, if that's not clear in the document.
Yeah, but like, are we going to ask for evaluation on a neighborhood gate, a license for a neighborhood gate?
We do.
Well, I think
It
that's
does go, yeah, it does. The staff does make a recommendation and board has to consider and make a recommendation back to the department.
Yeah, I mean, this valuation, Roman numeral 4F, just as an example.
Well,
If
that
we were to make this a checklist, would you go out and hire somebody to do a evaluation on it?
right. Well, it's the same with the guardrails discussion we had a year or so ago, you know. So this is a document that's going to be guiding process for both the county or state Department of Transportation wanting to put a guardrail on Osmp for safety reasons. That needed to go through this process, right? Versus something as complex as, you know, eventual CU South potential disposal ask. So it's, it runs the gamut of what typically, and I would say that typically the 2 or 3 requests we get the year are more on the less complex side of things. But, you know, there are times when a big complex one comes our way.
So one of the stumbling blocks for me, Dan and Bethany, in the license process is the board recommendation. So if we make a recommendation to staff and you do not accept it, then what?
And then we still issue.
You
No,
would,
we
Is that the
can,
question? And,
yeah.
and so we still would have the authority to issue the license. I think is that your question?
that is not only my question, that's a big problem for me. So,
Yeah.
so I think that's where we go over the cliff. Because if there's a recommendation from the board that the staff can deny or ignore, or however you want to put it, that concerns me as far as then the disposal process as well.
Well, we would not, in terms of disposal, whatever this body says does not go back to staff at that point. That goes on to council.
No, I know, but if
But for licenses.
Yeah, well, I mean,
if staff in disposal comes up with a different recommendation than the board, both of those actions put the board and the staff at odds, which is not desirable.
certainly not. And I think that the staff would always take recommendations from the board in a very serious manner. I mean, but you know, there's the nature of the advisory component of this board, and then more of this decision-making part of this board, which rests in disposal. So there's just fundamentally a difference of authority, I suppose.
Well, I mean, again, Dave, I think to emphasize Dan's point, the likelihood of us not going with a board recommendation is, who knows what it is. I can't say that it's ever, gone sideways. But we do, I mean, as long as we are referencing, citing our charter, it is in our charter that the board makes a recommendation, and there is nothing in it that says the department, back to the department, and that the department decides, shall issue licenses. I could quote it, but I don't have it in front of me right now, but that, it really goes back to the department level. So there's quite a bit of CAO analysis over the years about that the department doesn't have to, implement. They could decide not to issue it for other reasons, even if the board recommended to issue it. So, again, within parameters of the charter and charter purposes and things like that in that analysis. But again, I can't cite any time it's gone sideways. So I think we're looking at a, all cases, of course, but as long as we're citing the charter, we do have to say, kind of what it says. So.
Dave, I agree with you. I have the same concern. I guess where I found myself coming down is the only way to fix that is to fix the law in the good old fashioned citizen tradition. If we wanted to address it, I believe we're stuck with where we are on that.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I guess from my perspective, again, this document, we might want to look at this document as a way to resolve, potentially resolve potential disagreements between the board and the staff. And
Okay, let's talk about how we might do that when we open up the document itself.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea.
Right. And I'm not aware of any instances either, but that doesn't mean that there won't be.
Let's put a pin in that. That's an interesting one, and we'll see what we can do without over-interpreting the law. Moving, because I do want to open this document here shortly. Caroline, I want to address the part, I think it actually is very much related to what we're talking about now. Question 6, this idea of memorandum of understanding. The fundamental problem that we have is that the fee title holder of much open space land is the city of Boulder, undifferentiated. And the department exists as a subcategory of the city. And the city attorney's office has decided that a memorandum of understanding, which basically addresses the management of city of Boulder owned land, is the best and most expedient administrative way to determine how city of Boulder lands are managed. Your point is very well taken, because land that has been put under the management of the open space department has special protections that are very serious and honored in the community. It's important to note in the chapter of these concerns, Suzanne Jones, when she was our mayor, signed a piece of Boulder revised code that clearly stated any transference from the open space department to the management of any other department constitutes a disposal and therefore is guided by the disposal process. That's an interesting thing. They went so far to do this BRC element because many people interpreted the charter as already saying that, and I am one of them. I believe the charter fundamentally already says that, and anybody who reads it differently has trouble with English. But to avoid doubt, they went further and created this element of the BRC, which we called out in this document. So you're hitting off on a very critical thing of deep concern to the most knowledgeable people in the community about how we've structured the durability of our protections of open space. But in my view, it is beyond the scope of this document to address that. It's a battle being fought in the BRC, and that ultimately I think would need to be picked up perhaps in charter language. Nonetheless, there's a lawsuit to be had that says the charter itself already says that, and a court of law would probably be called to decide in the worst case. Dave, Karen, other people who've been following this for a long time, what do you have to say on that one? Is that a reasonable interpretation?
I agree that it is. My problem with an MOU is that it's not binding. You know, either party can, you know, remove itself from an MOU, and so I am discomfited by the notion that that is sufficient in a disposal process.
Karen?
Yeah.
I don't see an MOU and a decision for disposal being the same at all. I think they are two totally different documents and decision constructs.
Would you agree an MOU can't even happen? If the MOU contains language about the management of land, it can't even happen without a disposal.
I think it's two different things. I don't think it's directly related to a disposal.
Well, I think there's two parts of this sentence. One is the request for another city department to utilize open space for a non-open space purpose, that would follow the same process and guidelines as any other disposal. So that's that. Then after that decision's made, how that conveyance is then made, it can't, so if somebody would have requested, we want to own that property and you don't own that property, we would convey the deed to that property over. Well, we can't do that in this instance. So after that decision is made on disposal, then what is the tool that's used to actually make that conveyance? And typically it has been the memorandum of understanding. So the MOU is the conveyance tool, but that doesn't mean that it's the same process for rendering the decision on whether or not to convey management to another city department. That needs to go through the very typical same process as any other disposal requests.
So a vote by the citizens or the electorate, Dan, in a disposal decision would certainly affect transfer of any land to a sister agency in the city.
Right, so it's the disposal process needs to be followed as the charter says it would need to, which is board, council, petition period. If there's no petition period, then after 60 days, the conveyance can then happen. How that conveyance happens when it stays within city ownership is what the second part of the sentence is speaking to. So that's typically through a memorandum of understanding because the city cannot convey a deed to itself. It's.
Yeah, and I hear what this board is saying, which is memorandum of understanding sounds very weak for the name of an agreement that fundamentally is almost equivalent to fee title conveyance. And that is a very shared view. I'm not sure how to address that or what this board can do. But you raise a very interesting point, Caroline, here, and we should keep talking about it because City of Boulder can't convey land to the City of Boulder. It already owns it. What is the document? Can we request a different name for this agreement? And can we make a condition that it be binding for a certain period of time, et cetera? These are interesting open questions.
Well, and the other thing too, Hal, that our guidelines document did address is that we said that a disposal request could come with any terms and conditions that the board and council place on it. So if there's any permanency that you want, and so it could be done within the motion made and accepted and approved at the board disposal decision-making time.
Yeah, that's the time and place that I think those details need to be ironed out is in the disposal motion.
And it's not perfect, but I don't know, as I said, I don't know what else we can do. Is that a shared feeling among people?
And I'm not sure if it's helpful, just from the, maybe one or two examples we have of doing IDMOUs that transfer, after a disposal, but they're pretty robust compared to even a deed or an easement document in terms of, the agreed upon terms. We do always have a reversionary interest that if they are not used for the reason for which they were transferred, if it was for a paved path, for instance, if there's no longer a paved path, it comes back to open space, right? And so, fairly specific legal descriptions and things like that, and they are signed by all the department directors and city manager, and so they're pretty I don't want anyone to take them, or to think they lack a pretty serious obligation and agreement compared to a deed or an easement. So,
and I would also say is that IDMOU cannot be inconsistent with the motion of the actual disposal motion. Right. So back to Karen's point, if there's 3 points that this board and this council wants to put as far as the decision-making process for the disposal, the IDMOU then cannot be inconsistent with what the terms of that disposal was made at the decision-making point.
Absolutely.
I do also
I think I think, Dan, I think what you said a moment ago about the role of the memorandum of understanding was very clear. I don't think this sentence that we're seeing on the screen conveys that at all to me. And I think if there's a footnote that says anything, it needs to say basically what Dan just said, which is something to the effect of once a disposal decision has been made.
Well, yeah, and we could go back to where we put that footnote and we could ask ourselves, is the footnote even needed? And if it's not, because.
Or, yeah, I can put, but any agreement or conveyance after approval of a disposal.
Yeah, and that.
Or something to that effect, yeah.
Must be consistent with.
Yeah.
The disposal motion made at the time or whatever. Yeah.
Well, let's go on to that work. I think that we want to tweak on that. These are great points. We should address it. Coming down quickly to number 7.
Hal, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, David, go ahead.
Before we go there, so how do we convey a disposal to a non-city entity? We do it by a deed, right?
Yeah, just think about what the county.
A deed or an easement or.
Okay,
Yeah,
so why can't we do that by a deed to another?
Because it's an interdepartmental matter, and because the city of Boulder still owns the title.
Yeah.
So, Dave, all of the open space land is held by the city of Boulder, a Colorado home rule city.
That.
All city utilities property is owned by the city of Boulder, a Colorado home rule city. You cannot transfer land from the city of Boulder to the city of Boulder. You're just not, it's an illegal transfer conveyance. It's an illegal document. You can't do that.
Well, why can't we write a deed that is specifically addressing this particular property?
Let me rephrase your question, Dave. Can we demand a different name for this agreement? I believe that can be a condition imposed by this board. If we think, but it cannot become a deed as known by law, but we could call it something that sounded far more authoritative than a memorandum. Is that right, Bethany?
I'm not sure that I would have to consult city attorney, because I mean, legal documents tend to have specific names attached to them. IMOU,
how about
IGAs.
How about city deed of disposal?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would have to ask them the legalities of just attaching a different name.
I think you guys are talking about the. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it.
But that was kind of my question, and I'm not even sure if we're talking about the same thing. When you look at ordinance 8143 on the first page, that was how this question came around. It says, occurs when there's a transfer of open space land from Osmp department to another city department without changing the legal title to the land. And I know that the city of Boulder owns it the way that they own other land that's not open space. But when they wrote that in the ordinance without changing the legal title, it made me feel like they could, even though we're saying it's still the city. So I just was unsure about that.
Well, I think the best thing that staff can inform you is this, what we've conveyed is our understanding. And I think that's as much as we're going to be able to provide you with tonight as far as staff opinion. But
yeah, there's pieces here that are unsatisfactory. And yet there is the law. I do believe that if this board conditioned disposal on having that agreement be titled something different, that we could do it. And if they didn't change the name, then we would not dispose and we would withhold 3 votes. And basically that we're effectively trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Our general experience, our lived experience has been that IDMOUs have worked and have been abided by. I understand why people are worried about instances where they may not be. And we can think that through in each unique process. I'm not sure that this document can solve that question.
I just wonder with like the policymaking portion of what OSBT is meant to do, how much of these questions, pretty much exactly like you just said, are related to these documents? Is this where these questions should be and answered and unearthed so that everyone's on the same page?
This question makes me want to sort of ask a question back. If you have a problem with the idea or security of an MOU, why wouldn't you just withhold your vote for disposal? That's the easiest way for you to address your opinion.
I just feel like more forward thinking and protection of the system overall is, you know, really like the outstanding goal. So just being smart about any decision that we make now that could last in 10 years, you know, everyone says CU South, but of course, in a decade, there could be something else. You know, making sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's and do everything to help future trustees and to protect, you know, the system, what we're here to do.
I agree with you to that end, but I do think the ultimate hedge is if you feel that the paperwork on a deal has not been done protectively enough or well enough, you withhold an affirmative vote. And that's the fundamental law and policy.
It is. I just want to make sure that an applicant and what they get is fair. So with
the only applicant this applies to is the city of Boulder.
For the MOU. Okay, yeah, I'll save that first.
So I don't know how, we don't need to belabor this because I do think that this probably isn't the document to resolve the question. But the fact is that if I withhold a vote or withhold an affirmative vote, it's for substance. It shouldn't be for the administrative conveyance, because if it's administrative conveyance, then we should fix that before we do any other actions on disposal.
That's a very good point. I see your point. I think though, if you basically believe the protections you've asked for in an agreement will not be upheld, that's a very legitimate reason to withhold a vote.
And you certainly could, within the motion itself, say that the following points shall be conditioned and made part of any of the conveyance document that would constitute or consummate this disposal. And here it is. And so that is the decision that never changes. And if a city manager and department directors want to go against a council decision that clearly states this is what the conveyance document is.
Yeah, I totally agree, Dan. It's conditions for the disposal that is where the specifics are listed.
And in the committee, you'll note in this latest draft, we did call out in its own individual section, both OSBT and the council's ability to condition things for this reason. We thought we wanted to be doubly clear to any applicant or requester. Is that a reasonable note for us to begin our earnest work of going through the document?
I'm ready.
Great, I see smiles from Caroline. That's the most important thing. Caroline, these are very good questions. You certainly went to the hardest, most challenging, and sort of anxiety producing stuff. So thank you for launching us into it.
And Caroline, you got to quit smiling.
I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay. I'm going to just poll other people. Do people think the appropriate way is to work from the top down, or should we go trustee by trustee on the conceptual items that are their priority? How would people like to proceed?
From the top down.
All right, there it is. Section 1. Well, actually, let's not even do section 1. Titling and opening segment. We did change this title in a recent draft. Is everybody feeling good about where we are?
I did like having background, purpose, and guiding principle. I'm not, it's not a stickler for me, but I just thought that because the rest of the document was so condensed by trying to use such broad topics, that we lay a good framework for what we're trying to do.
Other trustees, I'm satisfied with where it is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't, being fairly new to this document, I am good with, this is an introduction. I don't really need, like, if I'm entering into this process as a new trustee or as an applicant, I want to be introduced to the fundamental concepts.
Does that mean you're good with where it is, or you want the changes?
Yes, I'm good with where it is.
Okay.
My only suggestion, Hal, which is rather trivial in the title, is, I don't know. Right now, I think guidelines overstates what's actually the content of the document. My suggestion would be guidance. Because I'm not sure, guidelines kind of suggest a process or, kind of a direction, and guidance is a little more general and.
Okay, so I think this is good because we're going to come into a number of things. I would not oppose that change. But if people start by saying, I feel it's trivial, it would really, if all 5 of us engage on stuff that we're not all in on, this will take a very long time. So I'm going to encourage trustees to bring stuff that they feel is materially an important change. If you feel it's a material important change, I'm with you, Dave. Let's do it. Whatever it takes to get on the path of people happy. But as background,
I think it's important.
Okay, let's try it. Anybody opposing?
I think staff can be supportive of that.
Thank you. Seeing no opposition, great.
So we're changing the word guidelines to guidance. Is that correct?
Can you see the track changes occurring, Karen? We have that on screen too for you. So yeah, everybody, we're live editing here.
And we can change that throughout rather than commenting on each one tonight, if that's okay.
What?
I said we can change guidelines to guidance throughout the document without having to go through each one.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't understand that at all.
Shoot, Bethany. Jeez Louise.
Okay, section 1, paragraph 1.
I had a comment, but I'm looking for my paper, so I'm on hold.
Right now, we're really looking for passionate changes. If it's a really important comment, that's great. But we have 5 people who all probably have some opinion. We're really trying to make progress to a good document. Anybody requesting any changes?
In paragraph 1.
Correct.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Very well done, Bethany. We're number 1, we're on. Let's move to number 2.
That one's a definition. No one can change it.
I want to change it.
That strikes me, to the best of my knowledge, as the correct definition of open space land as defined by the law.
Yeah.
And that there's no interpretation there. Paragraph 3. I think this is critical because this is the paragraph that tells the applicant what the document's attempting to really do.
So I have a comment, and it's in the last sentence, almost the last line starting, but is not. So what that implies is that there is somewhere either a checklist or a policy document. And so from my perspective, we either create one or craft one, or we delete that. It's more important to say this is what the document is than it is to say what it is not, if in fact we aren't going to have anything. So I would just suggest putting a period after requests.
I like that. I'll go with Dave on that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yep.
And just to come back to Dave's earlier comments, we are going to look at the requested documents and move them more towards a checklist. So I think this, in light of those desires, this makes a lot of sense to remove.
I think at some point, like circling back to make sure that I have an understanding that in the beginning, when this was presented, it was to update a policy document. So if we're not creating a policy document,
Well, what was called a policy document.
Yeah, it should never be called a
Erroneously.
policy document.
Yeah,
is
it never
the
should have
thing
been
we're hung
called
up on.
policy. Yep.
but it was for so long. So that is what makes me want to know more or understand why that stood or wasn't or is corrected. And then that loops back to the authority piece, because I have no intention of overstepping my boundaries, but I would like to know where they lie and why that is how it was presented and now it's something different.
Yeah, the best I can explain it is when we started working at this at the staff level, that was the first thing that the city attorney's office caught, was the actual title of it, and wanted to see the thread of going through council's approval process and that sort of thing, and looking at the authority of the board and determining that it's actually not a true city policy. It's what it is, not how we're conveying it as, describing it as today.
And I wonder,
Is it there needs to be a sentence inserted that says this guidance supersedes all previous documents or something?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
so
didn't we have that in
say-
there at one time?
Yeah, I did. Well, we had it in the OSBT memo at one time, but yes, Karen and Caroline, when to go back to your number one on your list, Caroline, I did intend to put in here some reference that it is meant to replace any previous guidance or related documents and not even say.
That's the perfect way to say it. We just
Yep.
insert that at the end of this paragraph.
Yep, I will be doing that. No problem.
So
I
it
just-
lasted this long through benign neglect until Bethany's sharp-eyed assessment raised it to this level. I was there in 1995, and the reason that we did that then was because there was nothing that we could actually refer to specifically. And I think the word policy was probably just used, as a good word.
Yeah. It also, Dave, could be because, the first iteration of that was in the 80s prior to the charter. And so the open space charter. So there could be some discrepancy there as well of calling it policy prior to the charter. And then
I'm going to ask Bethany to repeat her sentence and we move on. This does not merit another paragraph of discussion.
So
I'm
you
with
can
Karen.
say, and this guidance is meant to introduce some of the terminology, ... and is meant to replace any existing,
Stephanie, I'm sorry, hang on just one
yeah.
second. Where are you?
So after request, right where you are, just put and is, yeah.
And I
or
think we
is
can,
intended, excuse me.
yes, we can get rid of meant. Yep. Okay.
And is intended to replace any previous
How
guidelines.
about just and replaces?
And replaces.
And replaces, thank you. Replaces any previous guidance or guidelines or existing documents. What do you want to use?
Guidance
or existing documents, or or related, sorry, documents.
or related documents. Yep.
Thanks.
Did I miss so
Yes.
Requests and replaces.
And, yep,
Insert an
thank
and.
you. Thanks.
thank you.
Next.
Karen's getting used to trying to run a meeting down the road.
Loving it, Karen.
All right.
Aaron, you and I are going to get along great.
Number 2, types of request definitions. This is the part of the MOU in the footnote. We should discuss that now. But any agreement or conveyance that may be executed is in the form of how do we this wasn't exactly my problem. So how are we going to resolve this here?
It is a true statement though, it's
Yes.
currently a true statement, right?
Currently
We
a
can't
true
really
statement.
change the fact that that's how it's being done with this document.
Right. I mean, currently, I heard from Karen that
Uh-oh.
Oh, Bethany froze.
She was talking about me, and that did it to her.
that gets really complicated. So, I mean, I don't know how to phrase it any better, but I'm certainly open to Brett.
I wouldn't refer to other city departments. Why do we need to refer to other city departments?
Because we wanted to say very clearly, this guidance is the same for others. They have to do this. They have to do everything that any other requester would do. I think it's one of the most critical ideas in the document.
Oh, but that's not what it said to me.
See, I agree with you, Hal, but that's why I asked why it was a footnote.
When OSMP is contacted by an outside party or agency or another city department,
where are you reading, Hal?
Section 2, the first sentence. By an outside party or agency or another city department. This actually came from, I forget if it was either your or Dave comments, but we thought it was really critical to address that this process is the same for our own city as it is for a third party requester. So we don't want to go, we know that people at one time thought that was important. We may not have done it right, but that's the goal.
I would never have suggested an MOU, Hal, but I do suggest that we put a period after city departments in the footnote and forget the rest of it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I could even go so far as forgetting the footnote, but I support what Dave's saying too.
When OSMP is contacted by an outside party or agency or another city department regarding a request for an interest in open space land or for the use of open space lands for purposes other than those blah, blah, blah. OSMP staff working in concert.
I think we can take it out and just that the document at the end is a deed or it's an IDMOU, and that doesn't necessarily have to be.
Yeah, I don't think we need the footnote
I think that's fine. Yeah,
Great.
that's fine.
Our committee, we did good work, but sometimes we tried too hard to please others. Yep.
Well, we've had many comments over the months, so.
And you can pull the actual footnote from after city department. Okay. I feel good about the primary paragraph. Are we ready for section A? What is oh, okay, I see the double star. Okay. Do we need a double star? Do we have a single star anywhere?
No,
Okay.
that was probably my mistake.
Okay.
I just want to say, I appreciate the double
I was
star
being emphatic.
paragraph. I like that.
Okay, then we'll keep it. I'm not fixed. I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
I think there ought to be 5 stars in that.
No offense, no gates.
Dave,
can
I'm
turn
gonna
it into an
come-
emoji
I'm gonna
while we're
come
at it.
over to your house and get you.
A big no emoji, Michelle? Yeah.
So I said we could, yeah, we just make it, put a nose in there, and then
Yeah.
we'll just make it an emoji while we're at it.
Let's have everybody read that part about gates and bridges closely because we opened our discussion on it.
I'm fine with it.
I also feel good.
I as well.
Yeah, Karen, you and Dave's additions there were really helpful. Thank you.
Great. Section B, disposals.
Can somebody explain to me where the 20 years comes from?
We
Why
just
is it-
defined it up above. We linked you to the part of the law up above.
Oh, Karen, you could have. What'd you say?
Why is it 20 as opposed to 18 or 21 or 72?
That's what the law,
actually
that's what the
in the-
law says, and whoever wrote the
Yeah.
law picked 20.
It's a charter. It's the charter references in A, but it's in the charter as 20 years. And then there's some caveat to 20 to 30 years that we weren't going to deal with.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
I've got a legitimate problem on this one. I'm trying to understand why we have the word typically in there.
What line are you on?
3, section B. If it interferes with open space purposes, it's greater than 20 years or exclusive, it will be directed through a disposal process, not typically, right?
I'm good with
Yeah.
that.
Well, the second line under licenses has typically as well. Are we deleting that?
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, I think wherever typically occurs in the document, it should be deleted.
Yep, not a great word for us.
You know,
Nice. Any other issues on section B disposals? Great. The authority section, I'll just throw in from the side of the committee. You know, after looking at this many ways, we just thought the law is the law, and it's very important we give any requester direct access to everything that's relevant. And so we opted for hyperlinks rather than pulling out any language or trying to highlight. Is everybody good with that approach?
Yeah.
Good. Now, the bottom paragraph here, some license and disposal requests. This was an issue of mine, a conceptual of mine. I don't think it's perfect, and I'd like to offer a couple changes here and also explain why I press for it. In the world of solving like what I perceive as real world problems that we've lived through, the idea that a fulsome discussion of endangered species, particularly at CU South, has basically been kind of pushed down in the project Gantt chart to a point after which millions of dollars have been invested is a real problem in my mind. Relates to, you've used the word, Dave, in the past of fait accompli. When you build up that kind of investment, it creates a pressure that we want to avoid. And what Bethany has done here for me is call out the fact that our board does have the authority to deny a disposal over endangered species or our perceptions about impacts there that supersedes U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We can do it before they do it. We can do it after they do it. At any point, we can decide that that's a non-starter for us. And I thought it's really important that we communicate that to the requester. It's not just, oh, if we can get this by U.S. Fish and Wildlife, it doesn't matter what the impacts are on threatened species, because that's actually not the law and that's actually not the fact, and it is within our purview. So the change, I think you did a great job in general, Bethany. What I propose doing to make it shorter and more concise. Your first sentence looks great, where it says additional outside approvals or permitting. I would like to go to in parentheses, e.g. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service related to threatened endangered species. You can actually copy it from down below if you want. It's in the bottom. Yep. Yep, you can copy all the way down to the U.S. Corps of Engineers. And just put it up there.
Al, do you think like saying an approval for a permit does not guarantee a disposal? Like, I don't know if an applicant would understand that from the document, or if they think, oh, Fish and Wildlife said yes, so like
that's what I'm running at, and I'm trying to solve. Bear with me one second. Yep. And then, however, not because, take out because. However, city charter purposes are distinct from the regulations of other agencies, period. OSMP, OSBT, and City Council can be more, take out in many situations, can be more restrictive or preempt other permissions. And then you can remove everything from there.
Al, I have a question on the use of the phrase preempt other permissions, because I know what you're meaning, but it can also be interpreted that we can ignore a Fish and Wildlife Service decision.
How should we fix it?
Generally, the language that I remember being used is be stronger than.
Yeah, I would put a period after restrictive.
But does that get against, what about Hal's point that they could have received approval for a permit, but this board could actually deny the use of the land that would be needed for that permit?
Yeah, I just in saying
make that clear to the requester that.
I get Dave's point. Those two things are almost synonymous. So I think being more restrictive is about the same as being preemptive of somebody else's.
Because we can't.
Well, why not? Why don't we use the wording and or deny the request?
Or yeah, or what do we?
Permit.
We're not preempting other permissions. We're just denying the request.
Approval of a regulatory permit does not guarantee.
Yeah, that Caroline, that's kind of where I was heading with it. It's not like it's gonna, we'll deny it, but it's like a regulatory approval does not.
I would want to know that as an applicant, because I would think that like there was a tier system, and if Fish and Wildlife said yes, that like everyone else would.
So I'm concerned that if the Fish and Wildlife Service says no, then this preempted that permit. That permit means that we could say yes. And
you make a great point. Let's let's go with be more restrictive than other agencies or permittees.
Permittors.
Permittors, is that, yeah?
Yeah.
Does that work, Dave?
Let me see.
Why don't we say permitting agencies? Because we're
Yeah,
clearly referring to agencies.
Yeah, that's probably better. Yeah, and take out, right.
And Hal, I'll check in with city attorney just to see about the removal of in many situations. I just want to make sure there's something we're not considering where we can't preempt or be more restrictive. And so we'll double check that.
One of the last comments I was going to make is, we don't have city attorney presence here. So
yeah,
I want to make sure one of the last steps would be is once we're finalized, there'll be one more read through to make sure we're not running afoul anywhere. So beyond just any specific section here, we'll just have CAO run through it one more time too.
Yep. So I guess in Caroline, this was a joint issue you and I worked on together. Seems like we've got the rest of the board on with this. Are you happy with it?
Yeah, I think it says it in plain English, and I think that that's important for the applicant to understand.
Great. Thank you all. Making a request. Karen.
I have a problem with OSMP waiving fees for other Boulder departments. And the reason is I can think of many times when OSMP has had to pay fees to, for instance, the city attorney's office or the tech department as part of our doing business. So why shouldn't other departments have to pay OSMP fees for work that we do for them? I mean, as a trustee, I'm responsible for looking after open space funds, not for looking after and being generous to other departments.
I believe before we only had Boulder County in here. I'm not sure when the city of Boulder got added. I would tend to agree. Planning charges us. We do have cost allocation, et cetera. Boulder County does not charge us for any kind of land use applications, floodplain work, wetland work.
All those cost allocations.
So what I'm hearing is we want to remove the city of Boulder and keep the county.
Well, I don't know about keeping the county. I wouldn't keep the county either, but I don't know whether there's a legal requirement.
Bethany just said that they typically waive for us.
They do typically waive for us. I will ask if there's an issue with, because it's the open space fund and, those fees would be going back to it and things like that. If there's an issue with not charging them, we can not waive fees at all. This is not anything that's in code or anything like that. So we can make that decision.
This is another footnote I think we could just remove entirely and save ourselves a lot of heartburn. And decide on the merits of each particular request.
I'm not okay with that.
But this
goes against your idea that we should be highly specific. I like the resolution of remove the city of Boulder and keep Boulder County.
Yeah, the thing with Boulder County, like I'm just going back to the Sombrero Marsh. We actually technically requested a disposal from them and we're not paying them for them to consider that. They're going to be we're going to be bringing some lots, Boulder County owned lots that they have from the flood and whether we should bring them to the open space, and there's not fee exchanged in that either.
Well, those are all acquisitions. Those aren't disposals. Those are acquisitions for us.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
but
no, I'm
what we're
just,
talking about is going one way versus going the
Right.
other way.
Oh,
right.
oh, gotcha.
Boulder County's not charging us to consider the time
Right.
it takes for us
Yeah.
to consider that.
Correct. Yes.
So are we okay leaving the county and taking out the city? Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes. Wonderful.
They're going to do a quid pro quo on us though, Hal, in the future. I just think we ought to just remove it and negotiate it at the time.
I'm fine with that if others are willing to go with Dave. Caroline supports. Karen, are you okay with that? Michelle? All right, strike it. Let's just take a close look at the bolded language. It's bolded because it's important. Is that clear enough? Have we made it clear that we can ask for more than what is listed below? Is that plain English enough?
I think it's clear. I think that we might, maybe not tonight, but decide a way that we want to request in a timely manner or what we want to see. So we got like the written information tonight for a recommendation next month. So I'm sure the people involved know what would happen if we requested something that pushed it out. Like if we just, I don't feel like now we have a really good structure for understanding when it's coming up, or that, at least speaking for myself, that I have enough time to feel like I can ask for things and not be a burden.
Okay, I've got an idea to solve this. Try it on quickly. If we go in the dark sentence to on the request, which to fully inform staff on the request, which requires, and then we go to a colon and we pick the items from this list that we believe are going to be true to each and every applicant. We put those ones there. Then we say, and which also without limitation may include, and then we list the other items that we think could be more in the unique category. Does that move us towards the checklist goal and solving some of these problems of the consistency of the application? And Dave, I'm looking to you. I think this is important for you.
Yeah, no, I think that does.
Okay.
I'm having a hard time distinguishing what I would not want. Can you give me an example, Dave, of what you think is needed or is not needed?
Well, I think if we could just bring up the two examples of, let's say, a single guardrail installation request, something like that, like some versus transferring a whole fee-owned property somewhere. I mean, going from that whole scale. So if somebody on the guardrail instance, let's just go through this list and figure out what would be excessive as far as requiring them to provide certain information here. But, and maybe it ends up all of it, but I think that would maybe the lens we could look at.
Yeah, that's why I think of like the appraisal for that.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
I
we
was
would
like,
never ask for
wow.
that. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That would be over the top.
One thing I'll say here, as exciting as it would be to work on this as a board, an option is to ask Bethany to bring us back this list recategorized into those things which staff believes are always going to be present. And then we can do this work at our next meeting to tweak on that. and focus our time tonight on adding things to this list for her consideration of how to bucket in the required and non-required? How does that sit with people?
Yeah.
That
If
sounds
you guys
okay.
want to add to the buckets, I can try, or clarify the buckets that Caroline had suggested, and we kind of I tried to implement her vision. Then I can kind of parse out what would typically always be required. It's hard to figure out because, again, everything is so different. I mean, well, everyone would require a map. It's kind of, some show soils of agricultural soils of statewide importance, and some show wetlands, or you can't say a wetland map, right, for everything, because the property won't necessarily have wetlands. So it really,
I think it's fine that most of the items are, and without limitation,
Right.
may include,
Yep.
even if it's as simple as the name of the requester.
Yep.
And we've got a few items in this required category.
Yeah, and I think impacts, benefits, we always ask for things like that. So certainly I can pull that out if you guys don't want to do the brain damage tonight. So
I think we're better served looking at what we'd like to add to the list.
Right, I think that's a good suggestion, Bethany. Although I will say, I do think we need to add more specific language to some of these. And so I'm going to refer back to the November draft language on a number of them that I think is appropriate to include if we're going to try to say this is going to be a more informative checklist, to include that. So we say, what exactly the map is that we think, should be provided, for example. And I think some of the language in the former draft is more specific for a number of these things in that regard.
Dave, you are so gracious in humoring my part on the endangered species. Why don't you drive this leg of the conversation? Why don't you run this list here for us?
Well, so we're agreeing that we're just asking for additions to this, right?
Additions, and if you want language tweaks and you think prior language was better, let's bring that all out on the table right now. So at least what Bethany is organizing into these two classes is all there for.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is helpful, but if you look at any of the other prior drafts, I pulled from different portions of the document all of these information lists. So everything that I made in this list was from the prior document. It was just put in a bunch of different spots. So I just wanted to let you guys know that in case there was something like Dave that wasn't in that at all. They want to add.
Yeah, and to give the quick heads up, I've already actually added to see maps, studies, surveys, and assessments. I forgot the title maps there, so if that's at all helpful.
And Leah, just before we go further, up with the on the interest is going to say, and without limitation may include. Thank you.
Yeah, Hal, that's going to be too much brain damage for tonight. I was going to say I can get in touch with Bethany if we want to do that. But yeah,
I'm fine with that if we've got a nod of the board on it.
Can I give you an example of what I'd like to see added?
Sure, please.
Under F, valuation and costs, instead of the second bullet, exchange valuation, I'd like to have exchange options and valuation of each.
That's great.
Okay, done.
Did you notice multipliers was taken out?
I don't know what anyone means by multipliers, so you're going to have to tell me what you mean.
I don't either. I think it's fine to be out. On the bullet after that, under monitoring, I want to add something like monitoring and evaluation or assessment costs, or maybe costs of monitoring and evaluation.
What are we monitoring?
Yeah, go ahead.
The products that are required, the any kind of changes.
So for instance, if they disturb the soil and we require
Yeah.
to restore the site without invasive species, how do we know if, that was effective?
If it worked, yeah.
And if mitigation is required, is that always monitored by OSMP as well?
Yeah, so that would be part of the monitoring. So you could say monitoring and evaluation of success. Is that kind of what you're going for?
Mm-hmm.
Evaluation of impacts.
Well, if you do that, it should be under E then.
Well, this is just costs. So yeah, the costs associated with monitoring, and I think evaluation is fine, Leah, and just take out, or I can try to play with that, but I understand, Karen, what you're getting at.
But it would be monitoring mitigation costs or mitigation and restoration costs. So that's the thing. We got to say what the
And that's why it's under E, costs.
I know, but we got to say what the monitoring is. What are we monitoring?
So up under E, it needs to say
Monitoring.
restoration and monitoring plans.
Yes.
That works, certainly.
Yep.
Cooking with gas.
Mhm. Yeah, so Leah, just make that one bullet, monitoring and evaluation, because we already have costs. So or monitoring and evaluation costs is fine.
While other people are looking at their ideas, Bethany, you'll take this back and work on the document, right?
Yeah.
My recommendation is to alter the black bullet and to make it an open box. The idea being which you could make your own life easier. When you give it to a requester, you could start checking the things in both areas that they would need and give it that feel of a checklist.
That's exactly right.
Yep.
And Bethany, one of the additions I think that needs to happen is that we have to have a section that says the reason for the request, because that is not here, and that is the key to everything.
Is required.
Is required, yeah.
I was gonna say, do we need a reason though, Dave? I mean,
absolutely.
It's
The reason why are they making the request? I think
the reason for their request. I thought you meant for staff requesting these things.
No. Reason for the request,
Yeah,
requester's request.
Yep. Gotcha. Yep. Okay.
So that, we may find it unreasonable.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
so I could put that in the opening paragraph as far as
How about a new
proving
A?
narrative,
A replacement A, license, reason for license and disposal requests.
Right.
Sure, no problem. Yep.
So everything else changes to subsequently, or
Yeah.
as far as the lettering.
I want a new swimming pool.
Yeah. Hey,
Granted.
no problem.
I want it.
Do not proceed.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that flow
Unless
chart,
it's public
that
benefit.
arrow goes right out.
Only if the mountain lions and bears can get it in it. Then it might be cramped. The therapy pool for the bears.
Yeah, right.
If we can keep driving on this list and tweaks, I think it's great. I will say that if we do everything else in this document well, and this list is the only thing we work on at the next meeting and hopefully approve the document, that can work too. But we have more time. I'm willing to work on this now. People will keep going because we're making good headway.
I don't have any additional things to offer.
Thank you, Karen. Neither do I.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I don't know whether I do. If I do, I'll give you a call, Bethany.
That works great.
I mean, I think it's looking pretty good. And just with the addition of boxes rather than bullets,
Sure,
that helps.
certainly.
Okay, are we ready for Roman numeral 5?
Let's do it.
I thought you meant Roman numeral 5 on our agenda.
I've got a problem here.
Adjourn.
Section 5, the word generally. can be
Generally, I
removed.
was just gonna say, take that out. Yep.
That is what it's guided by.
And I don't think we
I
need,
don't know if we need the word slightly either. I mean, again, that's sort of subjective.
I don't think
Do we
we
say
need,
that they vary slightly, or do we say differences discussed below?
I don't think we say anything. I think we put a period after charter. And we don't have to say that it's slightly different.
Or could we say by the city charter as detailed below?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
One question I have here on section B, the part about the OSBT recommendation may be subject to conditions and requirements. That's duplicative to the next section. Do we, it's almost like taking the boom out of when we actually really hit them with the whole section devoted to that. Is anyone comfortable with removing, basically ending that sentence in requested by OSMP staff in order to consider the request, period? Yep, you're right there, little, yep.
I'm not where you are. Are you under B?
Yeah, right there. And then just take that, hit delete on that for a sec to show the trustees, yep. My point being of why that's acceptable is that we have a whole section. It's actually the final section of the document that says that in more detail.
But are we clear here for the applicant? Like if you were the applicant reading this, that if you want a license, OSMP will be the ones to ultimately determine, and that for a disposal, OSPT will be? Like, does it read clear to other people?
Okay, that is a different question than what I just asked. I think it's a good one, but a different question. Let's hold your question.
Did you really just ask a question? I don't even remember.
Yes. Hold your thought. It's a good one. My question is, if you just, if you'll scroll down to the bottom, you can see we have a new set. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling. We have this section number 7, approval conditions and requirements, where we get real specific about who both the staff, OSBT, and council may apply conditions. Because we elucidated that so clearly as the last thing, I believe we can remove it from the sentence I just showed above.
Yes, I agree. I'm
I
sorry.
would
I
agree.
the redundancy was already solved.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's redundant. I think it can be proven.
So then coming back to your question, Caroline, which is a very good one, have we been clear in this section about the difference between licenses and disposals and who offers that final dispensation? This was related to one of the philosophical conversations we started with on this project.
So I think to clarify that, we might bold licensing requests and disposal requests and put some space between the bullets so that the reader can see that there's a distinction, a clear distinction.
I like it.
I think it's
And what we could also do is for license requests, we can underline that and colon. And
Yeah, right.
Oh no, I see. It does relate to the next words then.
I like Dave's suggestion.
Yeah.
So we'll bold license requests, bold disposal requests, and just add a carriage return between the two bullet points.
Right.
So back to Caroline's thing, we could, as another last sentence for license requests, OSMP staff is the.
I think that under disposal, I think it should say for disposal requests, an affirmative vote by no less than 3 members of OSPT is required to approve the disposal. If that happens, then it moves to city council. I think it helps the reader to understand the OSPT vote is needed to move forward to city council.
Sure, we can put that in. Is required to approve the disposal and.
I think you just flip the sentence, Bethany, so you put the city council at the end of the sentence and start it by saying, for formal disposals, an affirmative vote by no less than 3 members of the OSBT, blah, blah, blah. And then put the recommendation to city council at the end of the sentence.
I think it's clear how it is. I'm happy with I know where everybody's going.
It reads a lot clearer to me to have.
I agree with Caroline, right where the cursor is there, eliminate the period and say, and move forward to city council. Yep. That's what you wanted, right, Caroline?
I think that's fine.
Is it less or fewer?
Or is that,
I think our charter actually says no less than. Let me check though. I think that's taken out of the charter.
And I'm just wondering what Bethany's checking that if we need those words and will not move forward to city council then. It just.
I think it gets a doubly
request
clear.
is denied.
The doubly clear here might be helpful.
Okay.
So while Bethany's doing that too, I have a suggestion on the first paragraph after the consideration by the OSBT. Dan, this is, well, for you and others, I guess as well. I have a problem with the reference to timely manner. I think we've got to put in a specific time, whether it's 30 days or 45 days. I don't think it's fair to an applicant or even the public to say that, yeah, we'll figure out how we're going to do this.
Well, the thing of it is that the time for when we get a request, then we may go back and say, and we need additional, we need more information, and then they go ahead and give us that. And it's somewhat dependent on how receptive they are, as well as, our ability to consider the materials.
Well, why don't we say within 30 days after the complete application is received or something like that? So there's some notion that if we determine, or if staff determines the application is incomplete, then the clock doesn't start until it is. But it just strikes me that, we've got to be more specific than just timely manner. I think we got to put a time frame in there, and council does that. I mean, they have a 45-day or whatever it is on a lot of the stuff that they do, and I think it's only fair for us to do that as well.
Well, if you
Saying not guarantee, and sorry to interrupt, Caroline, not to guarantee an actual meeting date is a month out or 2 months out, but that it will be within 30 days of an application that's deemed complete by open space staff, we will schedule for the next available meeting or something to that effect.
Yeah, determined to be complete by staff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I have a hard question on this. How does that jive with what sometimes feels like strategic timing of an important request in front of us now, which we still haven't seen?
Or the fact that sometimes we like to daylight the subject matter for you at one meeting or two meetings and then not have the consideration for two or three, in which we're trying to work through a complicated issue, which may not just happen at one meeting.
Right, we have 2 years of daylighting on CU South running now.
Well, and typically our businesses is we won't just get a complete application and then schedule your consideration. We'll probably do a written memo first, or we might even do a live touch with you at one meeting to get you ready, and then the next meeting. So it could be multiple meetings as well.
Maybe
with a study session in between.
I agree. So from my
And some field
mind,
trips.
from my mind,
Field
Dan,
trips.
that's all contained in consideration. What I'm trying to say is that they know that somehow we start the review.
Yeah, I'd
may
like to clarify that, because again, I wouldn't want the requester to read that and say, okay, they've scheduled me for consideration in February, when that was just meant to be the introduction to you in February, but yet your decision's not coming to March, for instance.
Well, then we could
Right.
say the process for consideration.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've got to give some kind of specific time frame so that the applicant knows and the public knows that, you know, this is when the conversation is going to begin. And we can say, you know, at the first meeting, well, you know, we're going to need more time, or we're going to need a study session, or we're going to blah, blah, blah. That's, from my perspective, part of the consideration process.
Yeah, I just feel like it's more complex than that, because we've been for years working on CU South and we still haven't seen a request.
So then
What happens when the consideration runs for many moons before we even get a request?
Well,
And often staff points out to us, we still haven't even requested it as a methodology of saying you can't do anything under this board, which is a really key part of this.
Well, for CU, I would argue that we don't have a completed request.
Yeah, we don't
That's
have, right.
That's right. And it needs to say, I believe, after receipt of the request and the whatever the adjective is, documentation from the requester.
Okay, can I offer a counter view on this? It is our purview as a board to do it's not in the law to do this in a specific amount of time. Why would we want to give up our ability to do it in whatever time we want to do it?
Because I think it's incumbent upon us as a citizen advisory board to provide a structure that is understood and known as far as the process is concerned.
Well, I could be supportive of that, Dave, but I like your language of softening it a little bit, because I could picture us wanting to do site visits,
right?
A memo first, then site visits, and then move into consideration.
Yeah, Dan, I mean, you're outlining what's realistic and what is the actual, what we do, which is after we get the materials that are informative to us, we work with the requester to establish a schedule for board consideration. Does that help at all, Dave? I mean,
yeah, that would be, and I would remove the word consideration in the first sentence.
Yeah,
and presentation to the board, or something like that. And then the second sentence is the board's consideration will include blah blah blah. So yeah, I think we can make it clearer on exactly what the expectation is for the process.
Okay. Could this be also be just a sentence that Bethany and I could go back and chew on? I think we totally get where you're going with this. Unless you think we're there, but.
I'm okay with your chewing on it. I just think, yeah, you know, we don't have to belabor it. You know, kind of
Yeah.
what I'm trying to get at. I just think it's incumbent on, it's fair in the sense of fairness that we provide some more specific expectation as to what's going to happen.
Is this a 3-year process? Is it a 3-month process? Like, give us a window here of it. What we expect.
Yeah, I think we can.
And up here, after receipt of the request, it needs to say something about and the documentation submitted by the requester.
Yeah, and the fact that that documentation is complete in the staff.
Yeah.
I already notated that. So Leah, if you want to put just a comment that Dan and Bethany will kind of work on that area, but I'm definitely hearing you. And actually Caroline's, I think, started your messaging because she was the one who kind of put in or suggested timely manner because we didn't want to put any dates. So she is, I think that was really good from you, Caroline. And so we can massage this, I think, to get it to a good place and get it, you know, the practical application of it is also.
You could also say OSMP will give guidance every 30 days or give feedback in order for it to be prepared for consideration. So at least they know that they will have support throughout the process.
Yeah.
I'll do the same thing and chew on it.
I just want to throw in a comment of my own. I think what you're pointing out is right, Dave. It is good for us to do. However, OSMP as like the owner of the land, if I go to a private property owner and say, I want part of your land and here's what I'd like to do with it, the property owner can very much say, like sort of like Diagonal Plaza, I don't really care. I'm not interested. Or I'm going to drag my feet for however much time. So I think we're giving up a little bit of authority by doing that. And I just think that's worthy of consideration.
Yeah, but we're a public entity, Hal, and so it's different. The expectations from the public are different than a private property owner. And I just think, you know, it's our responsibility to, you know, address these things in a manner that conveys the, you know, our seriousness and our responsibility.
Yeah, no, and I do agree. I think Dan Bethany can do a nice job. It's just little things like that over time. That's how we become an easy negotiation counterparty in the form of a board. People can't just say no, or I don't have time, or which is
and the reason I was hesitating a little bit is that some of the background work, and Dave, you could relate to that, like just preparing the board memo. It may come off as pretty basic when you actually get in your hands and you read it, but that's a lot of prep time that gets reviewed on multiple levels. And we could need 30 days just to write the memo, have it reviewed, go back, massage it more, just in actually preparing the actual memo for you. So that's why I just want to make sure we're cognizant of the capacity of staff, and that's wanting a little flexibility here is going to be good.
Yeah, no, I do understand. But I do think, again, I don't want to keep belaboring this, but I do think we ought to commit to at least initially presenting, or, you know, and it can be 45 days. It doesn't have to be 30. It just has to be a time frame that everyone understands is like, okay, this is kind of when the thing begins.
Yeah, and we could initiate the OSBT's consideration process, or
right, something like that.
And a tentative schedule for it or something.
Yeah. And we'll inform the requester of the tentative schedule. You know, like our pledge to you is to let you know what the timeline is.
I think that would be very good and helpful.
Totally workable. we'll get it in there.
Thanks.
Great. Section C.
Approved by OSBT by a vote of 3 or more.
I was reading down below. Where are you?
You said C?
C.
The first sentence.
I just didn't know if we should add the specificity like we did before.
I think it's duplicative.
Yeah, I think it's okay, Caroline, because we've already approved it by 3 or more above, and so then that's approved.
Works for me.
I think city council approval may be subject to terms and conditions. Again, that's duplicative of what we've broken out below, so I would remove it. Other people okay with that? So that is down Boulder revised code and after a public petition period. And then that's period. And you can take out and city council approval may be subject to conditions and requirements. Anything else in C? Seeing none. D. That appears to me to be beautiful charter language from beginning to end.
Yeah.
It needs changing.
Come on, Dave.
Approved requests. Okay. The department. Let's do, I would like to make the sentence a little more powerful, whether to grant the license, period. Such approval can also include additional conditions or requirements.
That's fine with me.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then I had something under disposal. I don't know if it's wrong or if I just don't understand it, but it says the open space land interest approved for disposal and documents necessary to convey the land interest approved for disposal.
What does this mean?
Yeah, it should just be the documents necessary to convey. Sorry, no idea.
It made me think of like a change of land use.
Double redundancy, but it would be the after approval, the documents necessary to convey the land interest approved for the disposal, including any requirements or conditions, can be routed for signature. So Leah, take out
Can be or will be.
will be, yeah. So take out the open space land interest approved for disposal and stop there.
And Bethany, isn't there more signatures required to close that deal than just OSMP, and therefore maybe we would just want to say routed for signature?
Well, yeah, we could just say will be routed for signature. We route it, so that's why it says by open space staff.
Oh, okay. I see.
We can just say will be routed for signature. That's no problem.
And then just as far as that, I was reading somewhere, and it's late and I can't remember where, that a disposal, depending on what it is for, can also go to the planning board and they can put in their own requirements. So I just want to make sure that whatever language we're using, it could include someone else, if that is true. I don't know if that's true or not, though.
I've never heard of it.
You've never
So
heard of it?
I think what you're getting at is like what you guys just approved, which is it's a conditional disposal based on let's say a building permit being issued. So we will not dispose of the or of the encroachment easement, the amended easement on the Chubb property that you guys just approved, we will not execute those unless the building permit
Planning board. Yeah.
by planning board and city council. So that, though, Caroline, I think is handled in here where it says including any requirements or conditions. But, and again, below where some of those requirements or conditions could be review and recommendations by other agencies or city departments. But we can certainly, you know, handle any or clarify anything with what, if it's not clear here.
If I find it, I'll send it out.
Okay.
But right now I'm not going.
Yeah, no problem.
Say it.
Are we ready for the next section? Okay, approval conditions and requirements. I have one small suggestion here. You mentioned the reversion clause is really kind of one of the critical things here, and we've got it down in the bottom bullet point. I think the reversion clause should actually go into the introductory sentence. Basically, OSMP staff, OSBT, and other city council approval may be contingent or identified on conditions and requirements subject to reversionary clauses.
I would say conditions and requirements and subject to, right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Including but not limited to. Yep.
And then we can take reversion clauses out of the bottom, because isn't that really does that make sense to anybody else?
Yes.
Okay. Does the word monitoring need to go in there, Karen?
Yeah, I was thinking about how incomplete this list is and how much we want to belabor it since it says not limited to. I mean,
Let's embellish it just a little. How's that?
We could list everything in that previous list.
Yeah, right.
Everything in the previous list. Yeah, we could put maintenance and monitoring provisions in that last where we just reversion.
Yep.
Or requirements, maintenance and monitoring requirements.
We're double using requirements now. We're double using requirements in the sentence.
Yeah. Terms, we could also use terms.
I think we ought to have maintenance, restoration, and monitoring. Or mitigation, maybe mitigation rather than restoration. But you monitor the mitigation. Yeah.
We have double maintenance right now, so we'll take out maintenance provisions before the word maintenance.
Right, okay.
In doing it, I tried to reduce the amount of examples because it just seemed like once you used one, you wanted to use all of them. So I wanted those big bullet points that just, you know, any and all that can fit under this. But I mean, it seems important to have the examples, but I understand why it's like, as soon as you start writing them, you want.
Yeah, this seems like a nice middle way to me right there.
And I would, Leah, take out revisions and put in either provisions or requirements. Probably requirements. And we'll deal with the insurance requirement thing later too. The double requirements.
Yeah, you can't have too many requirements.
I know, so
You could use stipulations. I don't think we've used that word yet.
Are you cheating with a thesaurus or
I
is
am
it
not.
straight out of your head?
That's my crossword experience coming to play.
Okay.
Well, I think that's excellent work. To summarize, what I think remains open was Bethany is going to attempt to categorize those other items into required and maybe required. Dave is going to submit some additional items to go into those lists for bucketing. Dan and Bethany are going to get together on the timing issue. And we are going to be looking at a document that is much closer to where we want to be at our next touch on it at the next OSBT meeting. Does anybody else see anything else critical here for this to be on a delivery schedule? Karen, I'm seeing nods of heads. Are you feeling pretty good?
Yeah.
Okay. Michelle, feeling pretty good?
Yeah, I think I like the simplicity, the removal of as much redundancy as we can.
Wonderful. I appreciate the hard work, everybody. This one is a tough project. These deals are very complex, and I think this is a really good stab at making it understandable and organizable. And I really do think it will educate future trustees and board members well about this, especially the hyperlinking to the law. And so I think it's something to be proud of.
Thanks for the committee. I don't know how far back this committee goes, but it seems like a lot of work.
At least a year.
Yeah, we've made
Tremendous.
some great progress in the last couple months. So thanks to Caroline and Hal for
Yeah. Well, and thank you both as well. And Dan for participating directly yourself. The project is of that importance and we appreciate it. I guess with that, there is nothing left on our schedule. I'll say, does anyone have comments about written information, etc.? And I see Karen right there. Yep.
I have just one thing. It has to do with the really nice written information about the no parking nighttime hours on Flagstaff Road. I really appreciated that. And I especially thought it was a nice example of adaptive management with measures to gauge the success described to the board. And I really appreciated that. And I want Dan, please extend our thanks to the crew that's been working on that for the last several months now, right? And then I had a question that goes with that because my recollection from the agenda setting committee meeting is that Brian was going to bring back his adaptive management report from the staff in April.
Yeah, it will be more of a scoping update, how we're going.
Okay.
Eventually
but
arrive
I
at
didn't
some-
I didn't see that on the tentative calendar here.
Yeah,
So I just wanted to let the board know that that was coming. And then I understood in March, we were going to get something similar to the Flagstaff report that was feedback on the leashed dogs in bear habitat in March.
That's coming
Is
next
that right?
March packet. Yep.
Great.
Tremendous. Anybody else on written items or upcoming calendar? Seeing none, I wish to thank everybody who joined us. It's almost 11 o'clock. That was very important work that we just did. We know staff has been looking for it for a long time. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful night. We are adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.